Welcome, dear listener, to another enchanting evening of medieval tales. I'm Arthur, your guide through these timeless stories where magic and mystery intertwine. Tonight, as we embark on a journey into the heart of a medieval realm, let us first take a moment to center ourselves and prepare our minds for the tales ahead. Find a comfortable position, whether seated or lying down, and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, feeling the air fill your lungs and bring a sense of calm. Hold that breath for a moment, savoring the stillness, and then slowly exhale through your mouth, letting go of any tension or distractions. As you breathe, imagine yourself standing at the edge of an ancient forest, where the whispers of old legends weave through the trees. Picture the soft glow of twilight casting shadows that dance with the secrets of forgotten realms. With each breath, allow yourself to drift deeper into this serene landscape, where every leaf and breeze carries the echoes of medieval tales waiting to unfold. In this tranquil state, let your mind open to the adventures, mysteries, and enchantments that await. As the stories begin, allow yourself to be transported to a world where courage, magic, and destiny reign supreme. So settle in, relax, and let the journey through our medieval night begin. The Enchanted Blacksmith. Chapter 1: The Mysterious Forge. In the small medieval village of Elder Grove, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, lived a master blacksmith named Eamon. His forge was renowned throughout the region, not merely for the quality of his craftsmanship, but for the warmth and spirit he infused into each piece. The rhythmic clanging of his hammer on the anvil was a comforting sound to the villagers, a symbol of both strength and stability. Eamon's workshop was a modest structure, with stone walls thick enough to keep out the winter chill, and a roof that often puffed with smoke from the roaring fire within. His tools were well worn but meticulously maintained, a testament to his dedication to his craft. Despite the simplicity of his surroundings, Eamon's work was anything but ordinary. His swords were known to be sharp as winter frost, and his horseshoes, perfectly balanced, ensured the smoothest of rides. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village fell into a quiet hush, Eamon was finishing up his work for the day. He wiped his brow, his face smeared with soot and sweat, and prepared to stoke the forge for one final heat. The air was cool and tinged with the scent of damp earth and falling leaves. He was looking forward to a peaceful night by the hearth, enjoying the company of his loyal hound, Brindle. As Eamon reached for the bellows, he noticed something unusual. There, half hidden beneath a pile of old firewood in the corner of his workshop, was a strange, ornate chest. It was made of dark, aged wood with intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the dim light of the forge. Curious, Eamon pried open the chest with a crowbar. Inside, nestled on a bed of ancient velvet, was a small iron-bound box covered in runes. Intrigued, Eamon studied the runes, their meanings elusive and arcane. He had always been fascinated by the old legends and folklore of his land, but had never encountered anything like this. With a sense of reverence, he carefully pried open the iron box, revealing a delicate, intricately designed key and a scroll wrapped in faded parchment. Eamon unfurled the scroll, and his eyes widened as he read the ancient script. The parchment spoke of a legendary forge hidden deep within the mountains that could imbue weapons with magical properties. According to the legend, the forge was guarded by ancient spirits and could only be found by someone of true skill and pure heart. The description of the forge matched an old legend Eamon had heard as a child, but he had always thought it a mere fairy tale. Now, with the key and the scroll in his possession, the legend seemed to come alive. He knew that this discovery could change his life and perhaps the fate of Eldergrove. Chapter 2: The Call to Adventure. The following morning, Eamon couldn't contain his excitement. He decided to seek counsel from old Marwyn, the village sage, who was known for his knowledge of ancient lore and magic. Old Marwyn lived in a quaint cottage on the outskirts of the village, surrounded by herbs and enchantments of his own. Eamon arrived at Marwyn's cottage just as the first light of dawn was breaking. He knocked on the door, and after a moment the sage appeared, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, Eamon," Marwyn greeted. "What brings you here so early?" With eager hands, Eamon presented the scroll and the key. Marwyn's eyes grew wide as he examined the artifacts. After a moment he began to read the scroll, his voice a low murmur of awe and recognition. "This is no ordinary forge," Marwyn said. "This is the forge of Elder Tide, a place of immense power. It is said that only those who possess true skill and a noble heart can find it. The forge has been lost to time, its location hidden by powerful enchantments." Eamon listened intently, his heart pounding with anticipation. "Do you know where I can find it?" Marwyn nodded slowly. "The forge is said to be hidden in the heart of the ironclad mountains, far beyond the reach of ordinary travelers. It is guarded by ancient spirits, and many who have sought it have never returned." Eamon's resolve only strengthened. "I must find it. My village is under threat from dark forces, and I believe this forge may hold the key to our survival." Marwyn placed a hand on Eamon's shoulder, his gaze solemn. "The journey will be perilous, and the forge's magic may come at a great cost. But if you are determined, I will give you guidance and protection. You must travel with care and heed the warnings of the spirits." With Marwyn's blessings and a small pouch of provisions, Eamon set out on his journey. As he ventured towards the ironclad mountains, the landscape transformed from gentle hills to rugged terrain. The path was fraught with challenges, and Eamon relied on his blacksmithing skills to navigate and overcome obstacles. His journey was not just a physical one, but a test of his spirit and courage. Chapter 3: The Ironclad Mountains. The ironclad mountains loomed ahead, their peaks shrouded in mist and mystery. Eamon's journey through the mountains was arduous. The air grew colder, and the trails became steeper. Despite the harsh conditions, Eamon pressed on, guided by the map and his unyielding determination. One evening, as the sun set and the sky turned to a canvas of stars, Eamon stumbled upon an ancient, overgrown pathway leading into the heart of the mountains. The path was lined with towering trees and glowing runes that seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal light. It was as if the very earth was guiding him towards his destination. As he followed the path, Eamon encountered strange and mystical creatures. Some were benign, like the luminous fireflies that danced around him, while others were more intimidating, like the shadowy wolves that watched from the darkness. Eamon used his wits and skills to navigate these encounters, drawing upon the teachings of old Marwyn and his own courage. After several days of travel, Eamon reached a vast cavern, its entrance hidden behind a waterfall cascading down from the mountain's peak. The cavern's interior was filled with an otherworldly light, casting intricate patterns on the walls. The air was thick with the scent of earth and ancient magic. In the center of the cavern stood the enchanted forge, its surface glowing with a soft, fiery hue. The forge was more magnificent than Eamon had imagined, its iron walls etched with runes, and its hearth burning with an otherworldly flame. Surrounding the forge were ancient statues and carvings depicting mythical creatures and legendary battles. As Eamon approached the forge, he felt a presence, an ancient and powerful energy that seemed to resonate with his very soul. The spirits of the forge appeared before him, their forms shimmering like mist. They spoke in unison, their voices echoing through the cavern. Chapter 4: The Trial of the Blacksmith. The spirits of the forge were both awe-inspiring and intimidating. They spoke of a trial that Eamon must undergo to prove his worthiness. The trial was not just a test of skill, but also of heart and spirit. Eamon was required to forge a weapon that would reflect his true nature and intentions. With a deep breath, Eamon began his work at the enchanted forge. He chose a piece of rare, enchanted metal that lay beside the forge, its surface shimmering with a soft glow. As he worked, the forge's flames danced and shifted, responding to his every move. The hammer felt lighter in his hands, and the anvil seemed to sing with each strike. The process was long and arduous, requiring Eamon to summon all his skill and focus. The forge tested him, presenting challenges that pushed him to his limits. The metal he worked with seemed alive, resisting and bending to his will. Yet with each challenge, Eamon's determination grew stronger. Throughout the trial, Eamon was guided by the spirits, who whispered advice and encouragement. He forged a magnificent sword, its blade gleaming with a brilliance that seemed to embody both strength and grace. The sword was not just a weapon, but a symbol of his journey and his commitment to protecting his village. When the trial was complete, the spirits examined the sword and spoke with reverence. You have proven yourself worthy, Eamon of Eldergrove. This blade is imbued with the magic of the forge and the spirit of its creator. It will serve you well in the battles to come." With the sword in hand, Eamon felt a renewed sense of purpose. The enchanted forge had not only bestowed upon him a powerful weapon, but also a deeper understanding of his own destiny. He thanked the spirits and began his journey back to Eldergrove, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 5: The Dark Forces. As Eamon returned to Eldergrove, he found the village in turmoil. Dark forces had begun to encroach upon the land, their presence marked by ominous signs and growing unrest. The once peaceful village was now a battleground of fear and uncertainty. The sword Eamon had forged proved to be a beacon of hope for the villagers. Its magical properties enhanced his abilities and provided a sense of protection against the encroaching darkness. Eamon rallied the villagers, sharing his newfound strength and the knowledge he had gained from his journey. The dark forces that threatened Eldergrove were led by a malevolent sorcerer known as Varin. Varin had long sought to conquer the lands, using dark magic and forbidden rituals to fuel his power. Eamon and his allies prepared for the impending confrontation, their resolve strengthened by the sword's magic and their determination to protect their home. The final battle was fierce and unforgiving. Varin's forces were numerous and relentless, but Eamon and his allies fought with unwavering courage. The sword's magic proved to be a formidable weapon, cutting through the darkness and providing a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. In a climactic showdown, Eamon faced Varin in a dramatic duel. The sorcerer's dark magic clashed with the sword's light, creating a dazzling display of power and energy. With each strike, Eamon drew upon his strength and the forge's magic, pushing back against Varin's malevolent forces. Finally, with a decisive blow, Eamon defeated Varin, shattering his dark influence and bringing an end to the immediate threat. The sorcerer's forces dissipated, and Eldergrove began to recover from the darkness that had plagued it. Chapter 6: A New Dawn. With the dark forces vanquished and the village safe once more, Eamon's role as a hero was celebrated by the people of Eldergrove. The enchanted sword had become a symbol of hope and resilience, and Eamon was hailed as a champion. In the aftermath of the battle, Eamon took on a new role as a guardian of the forge. He continued to craft weapons and tools for the village, using the forge's magic to protect and empower his people. The lessons he had learned on his journey remained with him, guiding his actions and decisions. Eamon's legacy grew, and the tale of his adventure became a cherished story passed down through generations. The enchanted forge, once a hidden and mysterious place, became a symbol of the enduring spirit of Eldergrove. As the village thrived and prospered, Eamon looked back on his journey with a sense of fulfillment. He had faced trials and challenges, discovered his true destiny, and protected his home with the magic of the enchanted forge. The forge's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and strength for all who sought its power. And so in the heart of Elder Grove, amidst the clamour of the forge and the peaceful hum of daily life, Eamon lived out his days as a revered blacksmith and protector, his legacy etched into the very fabric of the land he had sworn to defend. The Queen's Secret Garden. Chapter 1. The Hidden Realm. In the heart of the opulent kingdom of Eldoria, where grand castles and bustling markets thrived under the rule of the beloved Queen Seraphina, there was a secret known only to a select few. Queen Seraphina was not merely a ruler of grace and wisdom, she was also the guardian of a remarkable secret, a hidden garden, where the plants had the power to grant immortality. The garden lay concealed behind an enchanted door within the castle grounds, shrouded in mystery and protected by powerful magic. Only Seraphina knew the exact location, hidden behind layers of spells and wards that ensured its secrecy. The Queen had dedicated her life to safeguarding the garden and its incredible gifts, understanding that such power could not be left in the wrong hands. The Queen's decision to keep the garden's existence hidden was driven by both a profound sense of responsibility and a haunting past. The immortality offered by the garden's flora had once been sought by those with darker intentions, leading to great peril and loss. To protect her people and her realm, Seraphina chose to remain isolated from the court, living a life of quiet vigilance and distance. Yet, as the years passed, the Queen's seclusion gave rise to rumours and whispers. Courtly intrigue flourished, with nobles and courtiers speculating about her mysterious behaviour and the reasons for her withdrawal from public life. The kingdom's political landscape grew increasingly unstable, and the Queen's once stable rule faced mounting threats. Among the servants of the court was a young squire named Thomas, whose curiosity and determination set him apart from his peers. Thomas was a humble and hard-working lad, with a keen eye for detail and a heart full of dreams. His duties often took him into the less travelled corners of the castle, and it was during one such errand that he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Chapter 2. The Discovery. Thomas was assigned to clean the old storage rooms within the castle's western wing, a place rarely frequented and often forgotten. As he swept and dusted, he noticed a faint, otherworldly glow emanating from behind a pile of old crates. Intrigued, he investigated further, discovering an intricately carved door partially hidden by the debris. The door was covered in ancient runes and symbols, their meanings lost to time. Thomas's curiosity got the better of him, and he traced the runes with his fingers, feeling a faint pulse of energy beneath his touch. Unbeknownst to him, his touch activated a hidden mechanism, and the door creaked open, revealing a hidden passageway. Thomas hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped through the doorway and descended a narrow, winding staircase. The passage was dimly lit by flickering torches, their flames casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. At the bottom of the stairs, Thomas found himself in a breathtakingly beautiful garden. The air was filled with the sweet scent of exotic flowers, and the plants glowed with an otherworldly luminescence. The garden was a paradise of lush greenery and vibrant colors, unlike anything Thomas had ever seen. In the center of the garden stood a magnificent fountain, its waters sparkling with a magical light. Around the fountain were plants of extraordinary beauty and vitality, flowers with petals of gold, vines with leaves that shimmered like emeralds, and herbs that seemed to hum with a gentle, soothing melody. Thomas wandered through the garden, awe-struck by its beauty. As he marveled at the plants, he noticed a figure approaching, a woman draped in a flowing gown of silver and blue, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of sadness and relief. Chapter 3. The Queen Revealed. The woman was Queen Seraphina, who had long watched over the garden from a distance. Her heart raced as she approached Thomas, sensing both his innocence and his potential for danger. With a graceful yet commanding presence, she spoke to him in a calm and measured tone. "You have found the Queen's secret garden," she said softly. "Few are ever permitted to see its wonders. How did you come to discover this place?" Thomas, though initially taken aback, found his voice. "Your Majesty, I was merely cleaning the storage rooms when I found a hidden door. I had no idea what lay beyond it." Queen Seraphina studied him intently, her gaze searching for truth in his words. After a moment's silence, she nodded, understanding the serendipitous nature of the discovery. "You are fortunate to have found this place, for it holds great power and responsibility. This garden contains the essence of immortality, a gift that must be protected at all costs." Thomas's eyes widened in amazement and concern. "Why is the garden hidden, and what dangers does it face?" Seraphina sighed deeply, her expression reflecting the weight of her past decisions. "Long ago I was forced to use the garden's magic to save our kingdom from a great threat. Since then, I have kept its existence a secret to prevent its misuse. But there are those who seek the garden's power for their own ends, and they will stop at nothing to obtain it." As the Queen spoke, Thomas sensed the gravity of the situation. His heart swelled with a newfound sense of purpose. "What can I do to help, Your Majesty?" Seraphina regarded him with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. "The dangers we face are greater than you can imagine. There are conspiracies within the court and shadowy figures who seek to exploit the garden's power. If you are to aid me, you must be vigilant and loyal. The future of our kingdom depends on the protection of this garden." Chapter 4. Courtly Intrigue. With Queen Seraphina's guidance, Thomas became a trusted confidant and protector of the garden. His duties expanded beyond the simple chores of a squire, as he now found himself entangled in the complex web of courtly intrigue. The Queen's isolation had led to a power struggle among the nobles, each faction vying for influence and control. Some sought to manipulate the queen, while others pursued their own ambitions. Among the most dangerous of these factions was the Duke of Ravenshire, a cunning and ambitious noble with a penchant for treachery. Duke Ravenshire had long coveted the Queen's power and was rumoured to have spies within the castle. Thomas's role became increasingly perilous as he navigated the treacherous landscape of court politics. He was tasked with gathering information and uncovering any plots that threatened the garden and the kingdom. One evening, while attending a grand banquet in the castle's great hall, Thomas overheard a conversation between Duke Ravenshire and a shadowy figure. They spoke in hushed tones about an impending coup and a plan to seize control of the kingdom. Thomas's heart raced as he realized the full extent of the threat. After the banquet, Thomas reported his findings to Queen Seraphina. Her face grew pale with concern, but she remained resolute. The Duke's ambitions are a grave danger. We must act swiftly to thwart his plans and protect the garden. Together, they devised a strategy to counter the Duke's machinations. Thomas and the Queen worked in secret, using their knowledge and resources to gather allies and uncover evidence of the Duke's treachery. Their efforts culminated in a daring plan to expose the conspiracy and prevent the coup. Chapter 5: The Confrontation. The day of reckoning arrived, and the tension in the castle was palpable. Duke Ravenshire's forces were poised to strike, and the fate of the kingdom hung in the balance. Queen Seraphina and Thomas prepared for the confrontation, knowing that the garden's secret must be preserved at all costs. The Queen's loyal guards, along with Thomas and a small band of trusted allies, took their positions throughout the castle. The plan was to intercept the Duke's forces and prevent them from reaching the garden. Thomas's role was to protect the garden and ensure that it remained hidden from the intruders. As the Duke's forces launched their attack, the castle was thrown into chaos. Battles raged in the corridors and courtyards, and the air was filled with the clash of steel and the cries of combat. Thomas fought valiantly, his heart focused on the task at hand. Amidst the tumult, Duke Ravenshire and his remaining allies made their way towards the garden, intent on uncovering its secrets. Thomas confronted them in the hidden passageway leading to the garden. The Duke's eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he faced Thomas, his voice dripping with scorn. "You think you can stop me, boy?" the Duke sneered. "The power of the garden will be mine, and there is nothing you or your queen can do to prevent it." Thomas's resolve hardened. "The garden's power is not for the likes of you. It must be protected for the good of the kingdom." A fierce battle ensued, with Thomas using every ounce of his training and courage to defend the passage. The Duke's forces were formidable, but Thomas's determination and the Queen's strategic planning ensured that they were pushed back. The garden remained safe, hidden from the clutches of those who sought to exploit it. In the final confrontation, Thomas faced Duke Ravenshire himself. The two engaged in a fierce duel, their swords clashing with a resounding clang. Thomas's skill and bravery proved to be a match for the Duke's cunning and strength. With a decisive strike, Thomas disarmed the Duke and forced him to surrender. Chapter 6: The Aftermath. With Duke Ravenshire's defeat and the conspiracy exposed, peace was restored to the kingdom of Eldoria. Queen Seraphina's position was reaffirmed, and the treacherous nobles were brought to justice. The kingdom celebrated the Queen's victory and the bravery of those who had defended it. Thomas's role in the events did not go unnoticed. The Queen praised his courage and loyalty, and he was honored with a new title and responsibility. He became a trusted advisor to the Queen, assisting in the protection of the garden and the management of the kingdom's affairs. The Queen's secret garden remained a closely guarded secret, its wonders known only to a select few. The garden continued to flourish, a symbol of the kingdom's resilience and the enduring legacy of Queen Seraphina's guardianship. As the years passed, Thomas's story became legend, a tale of bravery and loyalty that inspired future generations. The garden's magic was preserved, and the kingdom of Eldoria thrived under the Queen's wise and benevolent rule. In the quiet moments of reflection, Thomas would often think back to the day he discovered the hidden realm and the adventure that had forever changed his life. The Queen's secret garden had been more than a place of magic. It had been a testament to the strength of character and the enduring power of secrets kept for the greater good. The Cursed Knight's Redemption. Chapter 1: The Knight and the Curse. In the heart of the medieval kingdom of Valoria, where chivalry and valor were celebrated and legends were born, there lived a knight named Sir Cedric. Known for his unwavering bravery and fierce prowess in battle, Sir Cedric was the pride of the realm. Yet, beneath the armor of honor lay a man burdened by personal flaws and past mistakes. Sir Cedric's downfall began with a single act of folly. During a fateful quest to retrieve a sacred relic stolen from a distant land, Cedric and his comrades were ambushed by a band of dark sorcerers. Fueled by arrogance and driven by a desire to prove his superiority, Cedric took charge of the mission, disregarding the counsel of his fellow knights and the wisdom of the elders. The sorcerers, cunning and vengeful, cast a powerful curse upon Cedric. Transformed into a monstrous beast, half man, half wolf, he was condemned to wander the land in his beastly form until he could atone for his sins and complete a quest of true nobility. The curse was both a physical and spiritual affliction, forcing Cedric to confront his deepest flaws and regrets. For years, Cedric roamed the wilderness, shunned by society and hunted as a beast. The once proud knight was now a creature of nightmares, his human identity buried beneath a veneer of fur and fangs. Despite his monstrous appearance, Cedric's mind remained sharp, and he clung to the hope of redemption and the possibility of breaking the curse. Chapter 2: The Prophecy and the Quest. The kingdom of Valoria, unaware of Cedric's plight, was facing its own dire troubles. A powerful sorceress named Morgoth had risen from the shadows, seeking to claim the throne and subjugate the realm under her dark rule. Morgoth's dark magic had thrown the kingdom into chaos, spreading fear and despair among its people. The kingdom's leaders, desperate to combat this new threat, consulted with the wise oracle of the Elder Woods. The oracle revealed a prophecy in the heart of darkness. Where hope seems lost, a cursed knight shall find redemption and wield the power to save the kingdom. Unbeknownst to Cedric, the prophecy spoke of him. The oracle's words reached the ears of Princess Alara, the courageous and compassionate heir to the throne. Determined to rescue her kingdom and guided by the oracle's vision, Princess Alara set out to find the cursed knight and enlist his aid. Alara's quest led her to the edge of the dark wood forest, a place of untamed wilderness and ancient magic. There she encountered Cedric in his beastly form, living a life of solitude. Initially frightened by his appearance, Alara soon recognized the glimmer of humanity in his eyes and felt a sense of empathy for his plight. Chapter 3: The Knight's Struggle. Princess Alara approached Cedric with caution, her heart filled with both hope and trepidation. To Cedric she called out, her voice steady despite the uncertainty, "I seek the cursed knight foretold by the prophecy. I believe you are the one who can help us save Valoria from the darkness." Cedric, though initially distrustful, listened intently as Alara described the kingdom's plight and Morgoth's growing menace. The weight of his curse pressed heavily upon him, but he felt a stirring of something he had long thought lost hope. "I have been condemned to this form," Cedric growled, his voice a low rumble. "How can a beast such as I offer any aid? My past sins weigh upon me, and I fear that no quest can redeem me." Alara's gaze was compassionate. "The prophecy speaks of redemption, not of perfection. If you help us, you may yet find a path to break the curse and restore your honor. Together we can face the darkness and save the kingdom." The prospect of redemption ignited a flicker of determination within Cedric. He reluctantly agreed to join Alara on her quest, recognizing that this might be his only chance to atone for his mistakes and reclaim his humanity. Chapter 4: Allies and Adversaries. Cedric and Alara embarked on their journey, traversing treacherous landscapes and facing numerous challenges. Along the way they encountered various allies who would play crucial roles in their quest. Their first ally was a skilled rogue named Lorien, known for his stealth and cunning. Lorien had a personal vendetta against Morgoth, whose minions had wronged him in the past. Despite his initial skepticism about Cedric's true nature, Lorien recognized the knight's bravery and joined their cause. Next they met Maelys, a wandering healer with a deep connection to the natural world. Maelys possessed knowledge of ancient remedies and enchantments that could aid them in their quest. Her healing skills proved invaluable, especially in the face of Morgoth's dark magic. As the group journeyed together, they faced numerous trials. Morgoth's minions, led by fearsome creatures and dark sorcerers, harassed them at every turn. Cedric's beastly form and Alara's leadership were put to the test as they fought off these threats and sought to uncover the secrets behind Morgoth's power. Throughout their journey, Cedric struggled with his inner demons. His past mistakes haunted him, and the weight of his curse felt overwhelming. Yet, with each challenge they overcame, Cedric's resolve grew stronger. He began to forge bonds with his companions, finding solace in their camaraderie and shared purpose. Chapter 5: The Trials of Redemption. The group's quest led them to the ancient ruins of a forgotten temple, said to hold the key to Morgoth's power. The temple was a labyrinth of traps and illusions, designed to test the resolve and character of those who dared to enter. The trials within the temple were both physical and mental. Cedric was confronted with visions of his past failures and the consequences of his actions. He faced illusions of his former comrades, now twisted by anger and betrayal. Each trial forced Cedric to confront his deepest fears and regrets. Elara and her allies supported Cedric through these trials, offering encouragement and wisdom. Lorien's stealth and Melis's healing skills proved crucial in navigating the temple's dangers. Through their unwavering support, Cedric began to see his past in a new light, recognizing the need for forgiveness and self-redemption. In the heart of the temple, they discovered an ancient artifact, the Celestial Amulet, said to hold the power to banish darkness and restore balance. However, the amulet was guarded by a formidable guardian, a creature of shadow and fury. Cedric faced the guardian in a climactic battle, his beastly form clashing with the guardian's dark might. The fight was intense, pushing Cedric to the limits of his strength and resolve. With Alara's guidance and his newfound understanding of his own flaws, Cedric managed to defeat the Guardian and claim the amulet. Chapter 6: The Final Confrontation. With the Celestial Amulet in their possession, Cedric and his companions made their way to Morgoth's stronghold, a fortress of dark magic and twisted architecture. The final confrontation awaited them, and the fate of Valoria hung in the balance. As they approached the stronghold, they were met with a formidable army of dark creatures and sorcerers. The battle that ensued was fierce and unrelenting. Cedric fought with a newfound sense of purpose, his actions driven by the desire to protect and redeem himself. Elara, Lorien and Melis fought valiantly alongside Cedric, each contributing their unique skills to the battle. The Celestial Amulet proved to be a powerful weapon against Morgoth's dark magic, its light piercing through the shadows and weakening the sorceress's hold over her minions. In the heart of the stronghold, Cedric and Morgoth faced each other in a final, epic duel. Morgoth's dark magic clashed with Cedric's strength and determination. The battle was a test of both physical prowess and inner resolve. As the fight reached its climax, Cedric unleashed the power of the celestial amulet, its light enveloping Morgoth and dispelling her dark magic. The sorceress was defeated, and her reign of terror came to an end. The stronghold crumbled, and the dark forces that had plagued Valoria were vanquished. Chapter 7: Redemption and Renewal. With Morgoth's defeat, Valoria began to heal from the scars of darkness. The kingdom rejoiced at the return of peace and the restoration of its rightful rulers. Queen Alara was celebrated for her bravery, and Cedric's role in the victory was acknowledged with gratitude and admiration. The curse upon Cedric was lifted as the darkness was dispelled. The once beastly knight was restored to his human form, his appearance now marked by the scars of his trials and the wisdom of his journey. The transformation was not merely physical but also spiritual, reflecting the growth and redemption he had achieved. Cedric was welcomed back into society with honor and respect. His past mistakes were acknowledged, but he was forgiven and celebrated for his courage and determination. He took on a new role as a mentor and protector, dedicated to ensuring that the kingdom remained vigilant against future threats. The Queen's reign flourished under the guidance of her trusted allies and the restored knight. Cedric, Alara, Lorien and Maelys continued to work together, their bond forged in the crucible of their shared experiences. The celestial amulet was placed in a place of honor, a symbol of the victory over darkness and the power of redemption. As the years passed, Cedric's story became a legend, a tale of a knight's journey from curse to redemption. His name was remembered as a symbol of hope and resilience, a reminder that even the darkest of curses could be overcome through courage, self-reflection, and the support of true allies. In the peaceful kingdom of Valoria, Cedric lived out his days as a revered figure, his legacy etched into the annals of history. The cursed knight who had once roamed as a beast was now a beacon of redemption and a testament to the enduring power of forgiveness and transformation. The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Chapter 1: The Forbidden Spell. In the ancient and mystical city of Arcanum, where towering spires of stone and crystal reached towards the heavens, there stood a grand and enigmatic tower. This was the home of the renowned sorcerer Eldric the Wise, a master of arcane arts and a guardian of ancient secrets. Eldric's tower was a labyrinth of magic and mystery, filled with tomes of forgotten lore, enchanted relics, and spellbinding wonders. Eldric had taken on a young apprentice named Kael, a boy of 15 who had come to the city with dreams of becoming a great sorcerer. Kael was eager and intelligent, with a deep curiosity about the world of magic. He was devoted to his studies, spending countless hours practicing spells and poring over ancient manuscripts. One fateful evening, while Eldric was away on an important diplomatic mission, Kael was left alone in the tower. As he dusted off a particularly ancient and dusty tome, he stumbled upon a hidden compartment within one of the many shelves. Inside he found an ornate box. adorned with strange symbols and runes. Cale's curiosity was piqued. He carefully opened the box and discovered a scroll bound in dark leather, covered in runes that seemed to shimmer with a malevolent light. The title on the scroll read, "The Summoning of the Abyssal Spirit." The scroll was a powerful and dangerous spell, one that Eldrick had forbidden Cale to ever study. It was said to be a ritual for summoning ancient entities from a hidden realm, a realm of darkness and chaos. Cale knew he should leave it alone, but his curiosity got the better of him. He began to decipher the runes, intrigued by the ancient magic. As he chanted the incantations written on the scroll, the air around him grew cold and heavy. A swirling vortex of dark energy appeared in the center of the room, and a shadowy figure began to materialize. The entity was an ancient evil and abyssal spirit, known for its ability to corrupt and destroy. The spirit's presence filled the room with a malevolent energy, and Cale's heart pounded with fear and regret. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, he tried to reverse the spell, but it was too late. The spirit had been unleashed, and its dark magic began to spread through the tower, threatening to consume everything in its path. Chapter 2: The Sorcerer's Return. When Eldrick returned to the tower, he was met with a scene of chaos. The once pristine and orderly tower was now shrouded in darkness, and the abyssal spirit loomed menacingly in the center of the room. Eldrick's eyes widened with horror as he saw Cale standing in the midst of the destruction, his face pale with fear. Eldrick's powerful magic surged forth, battling the dark forces that threatened to engulf the tower. The sorcerer's spells clashed with the abyssal spirit's malevolent energy, creating a dazzling and destructive display of magical combat. Eldrick fought with all his strength, but the spirit's power was formidable. In the midst of the chaos, Eldrick's voice cut through the tumult. "Cale, you must leave this place at once. You have unleashed an ancient evil, and the only way to stop it is to find a way to banish it from this realm. Seek the guidance of the mystics of the Eclipsed Realm. They may hold the key to restoring balance." With a surge of magic, Eldrick managed to create a protective barrier around Cale, allowing him to escape from the tower. As Cale fled, he looked back in horror, knowing that his actions had put everything he cared about in jeopardy. Eldrick's fate was uncertain, and Cale's only hope was to follow the sorcerer's instructions and seek out the mystics. Chapter 3: The Journey Begins. Cale's journey took him beyond the city of Arcanum and into the mystical lands that lay beyond. The world outside the city was a land of wonders and perils, filled with enchanted forests, treacherous mountains, and ancient ruins. The first leg of Cale's journey led him to the Whispering Forest, a dense and eerie woodland where the trees seemed to whisper secrets to those who ventured within. Cale navigated through the forest, guided by the cryptic messages that seemed to float on the breeze. As he traveled deeper into the forest, Cale encountered a mystical creature, a talking fox named Finn. Finn was a trickster and a guide with knowledge of the forest's secrets and hidden paths. The fox agreed to assist Kale on his quest, providing him with valuable guidance and protection. Together, Kale and Finn journeyed through the forest, overcoming various magical obstacles and facing creatures of darkness. Kale's skills as an apprentice sorcerer were tested, and he learned to harness his magic more effectively in the face of danger. Finn's wit and cunning proved invaluable in navigating the forest's labyrinthine paths and uncovering hidden clues. At the heart of the whispering forest, Kale and Finn discovered an ancient stone portal covered in runes and symbols. The portal was said to be a gateway to the mystics of the Eclipsed Realm, but it required a special key to activate. With Finn's help, Kale deciphered the runes and found the key hidden within a nearby grove. Chapter 4: The Mystics of the Eclipsed Realm. The portal opened, revealing a passage to the Eclipsed Realm, a realm of shifting shadows and ethereal landscapes. The realm was both beautiful and foreboding, with skies that changed color and landscapes that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Kale and Finn stepped through the portal and arrived at the Mystic Citadel, a floating city of light and crystal. The mystics were enigmatic beings of immense power, guardians of ancient knowledge and magic. They were known for their wisdom and their ability to see beyond the veil of reality. Upon their arrival, Kale and Finn were greeted by the High Mystic, a wise and dignified figure who sensed the urgency of their mission. Kale explained the situation, describing the abyssal spirit and the curse he had unleashed. The High Mystic listened intently, and a solemn expression crossed their face. To restore balance and banish the abyssal spirit, the High Mystic said, "You must undertake a perilous quest to retrieve the Amulet of Eternal Light. The amulet is hidden in the Caverns of Despair, guarded by ancient wards and dangerous creatures. Only with the amulet can you counteract the dark magic and restore harmony." Kale's heart sank at the thought of the Caverns of Despair, a place of legend known for its treacherous conditions and formidable guardians. But he knew that there was no alternative. He had to retrieve the amulet to save his world and make amends for his mistake. With the High Mystic's blessing and guidance, Kale and Finn set out towards the Caverns of Despair. The journey was fraught with danger, and they encountered numerous challenges along the way. The landscape was harsh and unforgiving, with jagged rocks and treacherous terrain. Chapter 5: The Caverns of Despair. The entrance to the Caverns of Despair was hidden within a vast and desolate wasteland. The cavern's mouth was a gaping maw of darkness, and an ominous chill emanated from within. Kale and Finn steeled themselves and ventured into the depths of the cavern. Inside the caverns, the air was thick with darkness, and the walls were lined with shimmering crystals that cast eerie reflections. The path was treacherous, with hidden pitfalls and labyrinthine passages that seemed to shift and change. The caverns were also home to dangerous creatures, shadowy beasts and twisted monsters that prowled in the darkness. As they navigated the caverns, Kale's magic was put to the test. He used his skills to create light and ward off the creatures that attacked them. Finn's agility and cleverness helped them avoid traps and find hidden passages. Together they made their way deeper into the cavern, guided by the faint glow of the amulet of eternal light. The final chamber of the caverns was a vast and cavernous space, illuminated by the soft light of the amulet resting upon a pedestal at the center. However, the amulet was guarded by a formidable guardian, a massive, shadowy serpent with eyes that glowed like burning coals. Kale and Finn prepared for a final, climactic battle. The serpent's presence filled the chamber with a palpable sense of dread, but Kale faced the challenge with determination. Using his magic and Finn's assistance, Kale engaged the serpent in a fierce combat, striking with precision and evading the serpent's deadly attacks. After a grueling battle, Kale managed to defeat the serpent and retrieve the amulet of eternal light. The amulet's light bathed the chamber in a brilliant glow, dispelling the darkness and revealing hidden pathways. With the amulet in hand, Kale and Finn made their way back to the portal, ready to return to their world. Chapter 6: The Final Confrontation. Returning to the city of Arcanum, Kale and Finn found that the abyssal spirit's influence had spread further, causing chaos and destruction throughout the city. The once majestic tower was in ruins, and the streets were filled with shadows and dark creatures. With the amulet of eternal light, Kale confronted the abyssal spirit in a final showdown. The spirit's dark magic clashed with the amulet's radiant energy, creating a dazzling and intense battle. Kale used all of his knowledge and power, drawing upon the strength he had gained from his journey and the wisdom imparted by the mystics. The battle was fierce, but Kale's determination and the power of the amulet proved to be formidable. The abyssal spirit was weakened by the amulet's light, and with one final powerful incantation, Kale banished the spirit back to its hidden realm. The dark magic that had plagued the city was dispelled, and the skies cleared as the light of the amulet illuminated the city. The people of Arcanum, witnessing the end of the darkness, celebrated Kale's bravery and the restoration of peace. Chapter 7: Redemption and Legacy. In the aftermath of the battle, Eldric the Wise emerged from the wreckage of the tower, having survived the assault of the abyssal spirit. He was filled with pride and relief at Kale's success. The young apprentice had proven himself to be a true sorcerer, capable of great courage and determination. Eldric and Kale worked together to restore the tower and rebuild the city. The amulet of eternal light was placed in a place of honor, a symbol of the victory over darkness and the power of redemption. The story of Kale's journey and his triumph over the abyssal spirit became a legend, inspiring future generations of sorcerers. Kale's journey had transformed him from a curious and inexperienced apprentice into a skilled and wise sorcerer. His mistakes had led him on a path of growth and self-discovery, and he had emerged stronger and more capable. As the city of Arcanum thrived once again, Kyle continued to study and practice magic under Eldric's guidance. He became a mentor to other aspiring sorcerers, sharing his knowledge and experiences to help them on their own journeys. The sorcerer's apprentice had fulfilled his destiny and redeemed himself through his bravery and perseverance. The legacy of his adventure lived on, a testament to the power of courage, redemption, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The Lost City of Gold. Chapter 1: The Map and the Legend. In the bustling port city of Port Haven, a hub of trade and adventure, the tales of explorers and treasure hunters filled the air. Among them was an adventurer named Alaric Grayson, renowned for his daring expeditions and unquenchable thirst for discovery. Alaric's reputation was built on a series of successful quests, but the one that captivated his imagination the most was the legendary Lost City of Gold. The Lost City of Gold was a mythical place said to be filled with untold riches beyond imagination. According to legend, it was hidden deep within the heart of an impenetrable jungle and protected by ancient magic. Many had searched for it, but none had returned with proof of its existence. Alaric's interest was piqued when he stumbled upon a tattered, old journal in a dusty corner of a rare bookshop. The journal belonged to a long-forgotten explorer who had ventured into the jungle centuries ago. Within its pages, Alaric found a cryptic map that purportedly led to the Lost City of Gold. The map was adorned with symbols, landmarks, and a series of riddles that hinted at the city's location. The excitement of the discovery was palpable. Alaric studied the map meticulously, noting the intricate details and the potential clues hidden within the ancient script. The journey ahead promised to be perilous, but the lure of uncovering a legendary city and its riches was irresistible. Gathering his equipment and supplies, Alaric prepared for his expedition. He knew that the journey would take him through treacherous landscapes, and that he would have to navigate the dangers of the jungle. As he set out, he was unaware of the challenges and rivalries that lay ahead. Chapter 2: Into the Jungle. Alaric's journey began with a voyage to the outskirts of the untamed jungle. He arrived at a small settlement where locals spoke in hushed tones about the dangers that lay within the jungle's depths. Despite their warnings, Alaric pressed on, guided by the map and his unwavering determination. The jungle was a vast and uncharted wilderness, filled with dense foliage, treacherous terrain, and exotic wildlife. Alaric's path was fraught with obstacles, from navigating through thick undergrowth to crossing perilous rivers and avoiding venomous creatures. The map's clues and riddles provided valuable guidance, but deciphering them proved challenging. One day, as Alaric trekked through the jungle, he encountered a group of rival treasure hunters. Led by a cunning and ruthless figure, named Victor Blackwood. The rival group was also on the hunt for the lost city of gold. Victor and his crew were known for their cutthroat tactics and willingness to do whatever it took to claim the treasure for themselves. The two groups clashed over the rights to explore certain areas, and tensions ran high. Victor's presence added a new layer of danger to Alaric's expedition, as he knew that his rivals would stop at nothing to beat him to the prize. Alaric had to stay vigilant, balancing his quest with the constant threat posed by Victor and his crew. Chapter 3: The Trials of the Jungle. As Alaric continued his journey, he faced a series of trials that tested his resolve and resourcefulness. The map led him to a series of ancient ruins and hidden temples, each containing puzzles and traps designed to protect the path to the lost city. The first trial was a labyrinthine temple filled with shifting walls and deceptive illusions. Alaric had to use his wits and knowledge of ancient symbols to navigate through the maze and avoid deadly traps. His perseverance and problem-solving skills were put to the test as he deciphered the clues and overcame the challenges. The second trial involved crossing a vast chasm using a series of precarious rope bridges. The bridges swayed and creaked underfoot, and the chasm below was filled with treacherous spikes. Alaric's agility and steady nerves were crucial in making it across safely. In the third trial, Alaric encountered a hidden grove with an ancient guardian, a colossal stone golem that came to life when he entered. The golem's purpose was to test the worthiness of those seeking entry to the city. Alaric had to demonstrate his bravery and respect for the ancient magic by showing that he sought the treasure for more than just personal gain. Throughout these trials, Alaric's knowledge of ancient lore and his quick thinking allowed him to succeed. However, Victor Blackwood's group was never far behind, and Alaric knew that they were likely to employ their own methods to gain an advantage. Chapter 4: Allies and Betrayal. Amidst the dangers of the jungle, Alaric found an unexpected ally in a local guide named Amara. Amara was a skilled navigator with deep knowledge of the jungle and its hidden secrets. She had heard tales of the lost city of gold and was intrigued by Alaric's quest. Amara agreed to assist Alaric, recognizing his genuine intentions and the potential to uncover something truly significant. Her expertise in navigating the jungle and her understanding of local legends proved invaluable. Together, they made progress through the jungle, deciphering the map's clues and overcoming obstacles. However, Victor Blackwood's rivalry grew increasingly hostile. His group employed underhanded tactics to slow Alaric down, such as setting traps and sabotaging their supplies. Alaric and Amara had to remain vigilant and adapt their strategies to stay ahead of their competitors. As the journey continued, Alaric and Amara developed a deep bond of trust and friendship. They shared stories of their pasts and their motivations for seeking the lost city. Amara revealed that she had lost her family to the jungle's dangers and hoped that discovering the city's secrets might bring some form of closure or redemption. Chapter 5: The Discovery. After weeks of arduous travel, Alaric and Amara finally arrived at the final location indicated on the map, a hidden valley surrounded by towering cliffs and shrouded in mist. The valley was breathtaking, with lush vegetation, sparkling streams and ancient structures partially obscured by the jungle's growth. As they explored the valley, they came across the entrance to a grand, overgrown temple. The entrance was adorned with intricate carvings and glowing runes that seemed to resonate with a mysterious energy. The temple's doors were heavy and adorned with symbols that matched those on the map. Inside the temple, Alaric and Amara discovered a series of grand chambers and corridors filled with ancient artifacts and treasures. However, they soon realized that the true treasure of the lost city of gold was not just the wealth, but the knowledge and magic hidden within the city's depths. The city's central chamber revealed a grand, golden altar surrounded by ancient relics and inscriptions. The altar was the source of the city's legendary wealth, but it also held a powerful and ancient magic, a force that could either be a great boon or a devastating curse. Chapter 6: The Choice. As Alaric and Amara uncovered the secrets of the lost city, they faced a moral dilemma. The city's treasure was immense, offering the promise of unimaginable wealth and power. However, the ancient magic of the city also carried a dark and ominous energy. Alaric learned from the inscriptions that the city's power was meant to be a guardian of balance, ensuring that its magic was used wisely and responsibly. The city's magic had been hidden away to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands and causing great harm. Victor Blackwood and his crew arrived at the temple's entrance, having followed Alaric and Amara through a series of treacherous challenges. Victor's intentions were clear. He sought to seize the treasure for his own gain, without regard for the city's true purpose or the potential consequences. Alaric confronted Victor, urging him to understand the gravity of the situation and the responsibility that came with the city's power. Victor dismissed Alaric's concerns, believing only in the value of material wealth and personal gain. In a dramatic confrontation, Alaric and Victor clashed over the fate of the lost city of gold. The battle was fierce, with both sides using their knowledge of magic and strategy. Amara assisted Alaric, using her skills to defend against Victor's attacks and protect the city's secrets. As the battle reached its climax, Alaric realized that the true power of the city lay not in its wealth, but in its ability to bring balance and harmony. He made a difficult decision to use the city's magic to restore balance to the world and prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Chapter 7: The Resolution. With Victor's defeat, Alaric and Amara stood before the altar of the lost city of gold. The city's magic was in their hands, and they had the choice to either claim the wealth or use the power for a greater purpose. Alaric and Amara decided to restore the city's magic to its rightful place, ensuring that it remained hidden and protected. They used the city's power to mend the balance of nature and protect the jungle from future threats. The city's wealth was buried and hidden once again, ensuring that it would not be exploited for personal gain. Returning to Port Haven, Alaric and Amara were hailed as heroes. Their journey had not only uncovered the secrets of the lost city of gold, but had also demonstrated the true value of wisdom, responsibility, and selflessness. Alaric's reputation as an adventurer grew, but he chose to focus on quests that aimed to protect and preserve rather than merely seeking treasure. Amara became a respected guide and protector of the jungle, continuing her work to safeguard the land she loved. The tale of the lost city of gold became a legend, a story of adventure, moral choice, and the enduring quest for something greater than material wealth. Alaric and Amara's journey had shown that true treasure lay not in gold or riches, but in the choices we make and the impact we have on the world around us. The Witch's Curse. Chapter 1: Shadows over the village. Nestled in the rolling hills of the countryside lay the peaceful village of Eldoria, known for its serene beauty and harmonious life. For generations the villagers had lived contentedly, their days marked by the changing seasons and the rhythm of agricultural work. But recently a shadow had fallen over the village, a mysterious and sinister curse that began to wreak havoc on their once thriving community. It began with small, unsettling changes, crops failing to grow, animals falling ill, and an unseasonable chill settling over the land. The once vibrant village had become a place of worry and despair. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of the curse that had befallen them, and fear grew like a choking vine around their hearts. Amara, a skilled herbalist known for her knowledge of plants and remedies, was deeply troubled by the curse. Her herbal remedies, which had once brought relief to the sick and ailing, were now ineffective against the strange afflictions plaguing the village. The villagers turned to her in desperation, hoping she might uncover the truth behind the mysterious curse. One evening, as Amara tended to her herbs and prepared her potions, she received a visit from the village elder, Gareth. His face was etched with lines of worry, and his eyes were shadowed by sleepless nights. "Amara," Gareth began, his voice heavy with concern, "I fear that we are facing something beyond our understanding. The curse grows stronger, and our efforts to lift it have been in vain. I've heard rumors of an old witch who lives in the depths of the Darkwood Forest. Some say she possesses ancient knowledge and forgotten magic that might be able to help us." Amara's heart raced at the mention of the witch. The Darkwood Forest was a place of legends, shrouded in mystery and feared by many. The witch was said to be a figure of both great power and great danger. Yet if there was any hope of saving the village, Amara was determined to seek out this enigmatic figure and uncover the truth behind the curse. Chapter 2: Into the Darkwood Forest. The following morning, Amara set out on her journey to the Darkwood Forest. She packed essential supplies, including her herbal remedies and a map of the region. As she approached the edge of the forest, the trees grew denser, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sunlight. The dark wood forest was a place of eerie beauty, with twisted trees and an otherworldly stillness. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the path ahead was obscured by shadows. Amara took a deep breath, steeling herself for the challenges that lay ahead. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered a series of obstacles. The terrain was treacherous, with tangled roots and uneven ground. The forest seemed to play tricks on her senses, with strange sounds and fleeting glimpses of movement just beyond her sight. Despite the difficulties, Amara pressed on, guided by a mixture of hope and determination. After hours of navigating the dense undergrowth, she finally reached a clearing. At its center stood a small, dilapidated cottage, its windows dark and its door slightly ajar. Amara approached the cottage cautiously, her heart pounding with both fear and anticipation. She knocked on the door, and after a moment it creaked open to reveal an elderly woman with a weathered face and piercing green eyes. The witch, for all her age and appearance, exuded an aura of both wisdom and formidable power. "Welcome," Amara the witch said, her voice raspy but commanding. "I have been expecting you." Chapter 3: The Witch's Knowledge. The witch, whose name was Seraphina, invited Amara into her cottage. Inside, the space was cluttered with herbs, potions, and arcane artifacts. The air was filled with the scent of burning incense and the faint hum of ancient magic. Amara explained the plight of her village and the curse that had befallen them. Seraphina listened intently, her eyes narrowing as she absorbed the details. When Amara finished, the witch nodded thoughtfully. "The curse you speak of is a dark and ancient magic," Seraphina said. "It is not something that can be easily undone. However, I can help you understand its origins and the steps needed to lift it." Seraphina revealed that the curse had been cast by a malevolent spirit who had once lived in the forest. The spirit was bound by a powerful enchantment, but its anger and resentment had fueled the curse that now plagued Eldoria. To lift the curse, Amara needed to perform a series of rituals and gather rare ingredients that could counteract the dark magic. The witch provided Amara with a list of items and a set of instructions for the rituals. The ingredients were elusive and required travel to different parts of the forest and beyond. The rituals were complex and demanded both skill and bravery. Seraphina offered guidance and warned Amara of the dangers she would face. Chapter 4: The Rituals and Challenges. With Seraphina's instructions in hand, Amara set out on the quest to gather the necessary ingredients. The journey was fraught with danger, as the forest was home to creatures and entities that were both magical and malevolent. The first ingredient was a rare flower called the nightshade blossom. which only bloomed in the deepest part of the forest during the full moon. Amara braved the dense underbrush and encountered a guardian spirit that tested her resolve and intentions. Through her bravery and sincerity, she was able to retrieve the blossom. The second ingredient was a vial of moonlit dew, which could only be collected from a hidden spring high in the misty mountains. The ascent was arduous, and Amara faced treacherous weather and rocky paths. Her perseverance paid off as she gathered the dew from the spring, guided by the light of the moon. The final ingredient was a shard of ancient crystal, hidden within the ruins of an old temple. The temple was guarded by enchantments and traps designed to deter intruders. Amara's knowledge of magic and her quick thinking allowed her to navigate the challenges and retrieve the crystal. Throughout her journey, Amara faced numerous trials that tested her physical and mental strength. She encountered creatures of the forest, such as shadowy wolves and enchanted serpents, and had to use her skills and wits to overcome them. Each challenge brought her closer to understanding the true nature of the curse and the sacrifices required to lift it. Chapter 5: Uncovering the Truth. Upon gathering all the ingredients, Amara returned to Seraphina's cottage. The witch guided her through the complex rituals needed to prepare the antidote for the curse. The process was intricate, requiring precise timing and a deep connection to the magical energies involved. As Amara performed the rituals, she began to uncover more about the curse's origins. The malevolent spirit that had cast the curse was once a powerful sorcerer who had been betrayed and wronged. His anger and pain had transformed him into a dark entity, seeking revenge on those who had wronged him. Seraphina revealed that the spirit's curse was not only a manifestation of dark magic, but also a reflection of the sorcerer's own suffering and bitterness. The key to lifting the curse was to acknowledge and address the spirit's pain, offering it a form of redemption and release. Amara prepared a final ritual to confront the spirit and offer it a chance for peace. With Seraphina's guidance, she performed the ritual in a sacred clearing within the darkwood forest. The clearing was bathed in moonlight, and the air was charged with magical energy. As Amara chanted the incantations and offered the antidote, the malevolent spirit appeared a shadowy, tormented figure that radiated sorrow and anger. Amara spoke to the spirit with compassion and understanding, acknowledging its pain and offering a path to redemption. Chapter 6: The Spirit's Redemption. The ritual was intense and emotionally charged, with the spirit's anger and sorrow manifesting in powerful waves of dark energy. Amara remained steadfast, her voice unwavering, as she continued the incantations. The antidote's magic began to take effect, soothing the spirit's torment and offering it a chance for release. As the ritual reached its climax, the spirit's form began to change. The shadowy figure softened, and the anger that had consumed it started to dissipate. The spirit's sorrowful expression revealed a sense of relief and gratitude. In a final poignant moment, The spirit acknowledged Amara's compassion and accepted the redemption she offered. The dark energy that had plagued Eldoria lifted, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. The curse was lifted, and the village's afflictions began to wane. With the spirit's departure, the darkwood forest returned to its natural state, and the village of Eldoria began to heal. The crops started to grow again, the animals regained their health, and the chill that had gripped the land was replaced by a renewed warmth. Chapter 7. A New Beginning. Amara returned to Eldoria, greeted by the joyful and relieved faces of the villagers. The village celebrated her bravery and the restoration of peace. The once dreaded curse was now a part of the past, and the villagers looked forward to a future free from fear and suffering. Seraphina, the witch, remained in the darkwood forest, continuing her work to protect the balance of magic and nature. Her role as a guardian of ancient knowledge and power was vital, and she continued to offer guidance to those in need. Amara's experience had changed her profoundly. She had faced the unknown, uncovered ancient truths, and discovered the true meaning of courage and compassion. Her role as an herbalist evolved into that of a healer and protector, dedicated to ensuring the well-being of her community and the harmony of the natural world. The story of the witch's curse became a legend in Eldoria, a tale of bravery, redemption, and the power of understanding. Amara's journey had shown that even in the darkest of times, hope and compassion could bring about a new beginning. The village thrived once again, and the lessons learned from the curse remained a guiding light for generations to come. The Dragon's Pact. Chapter 1. A Kingdom in Peril. In the kingdom of Ilaria, prosperity and peace had long reigned under the benevolent rule of King Alistair and Queen Elena. Their son, Prince Cedric, was beloved by the people, known for his bravery and wisdom. Yet, even as the kingdom enjoyed its golden age, dark clouds were gathering on the horizon. Whispers of impending doom spread like wildfire, carried by travelers and merchants who spoke of strange occurrences and ominous omens in distant lands. To the north of Ilaria, beyond the misty mountains, lay the realm of Draconia, a land of untamed wilderness and ancient magic, ruled by the formidable dragon Korath. Korath was a being of immense power, whose very presence commanded awe and respect. The dragons of Draconia were known for their fierce independence and their role as protectors of the realm's ancient secrets. One fateful evening, the skies over Ilaria darkened with a storm of unnatural ferocity. Lightning crackled across the heavens, and the winds howled as if in distress. In the heart of the storm, a dark figure emerged, an ancient sorcerer named Malakar, whose ambition and malevolence had driven him to seek dominion over all realms. With him came a horde of dark creatures that moved like shadows and seemed to feed on the very essence of life. Malakar's goal was clear: to overthrow the peaceful kingdoms and plunge the world into chaos. His dark magic was potent, and his army was relentless. Ilaria's defenses were soon overwhelmed, and the once immaculate kingdom began to fall into disarray. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Prince Cedric made a desperate decision. He realized that the only hope for saving Ilaria lay in forging an alliance with Draconia, a realm that had long remained isolated and enigmatic. Cedric knew that such an alliance would be fraught with challenges, but the impending threat left him no other choice. Chapter 2: The Dragon's Lair. Cedric's journey to Draconia was arduous. He crossed treacherous terrain and navigated through enchanted forests, where danger lurked behind every shadow. The air grew colder, and the land more desolate as he neared the heart of Draconia. Upon reaching the entrance to Korath's lair, a cavernous mountain fortress carved into the heart of a volcanic peak, Cedric was met with an imposing sight. The cavern's entrance was guarded by a series of magical wards and fierce drakes that roared in challenge. With his heart pounding, Cedric presented himself, knowing that the fate of his kingdom rested on the outcome of this meeting. Korath emerged from the depths of his lair, his massive, scaled form shimmering in the dim light. His eyes glowed with an intense, fiery brilliance, and his wings unfurled with a thunderous gust. Despite his fearsome appearance, there was an air of ancient wisdom about him. Prince Cedric Korath's voice resonated like a deep rumble. "I have sensed the turmoil in your realm. What brings you to my domain?" Cedric bowed respectfully, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "Great Korath, I come seeking your aid. A dark sorcerer named Malakar threatens to destroy both our realms. I implore you to join forces with Ilaria to combat this threat." Korath's gaze remained inscrutable as he considered Cedric's plea. Dragons and humans had not mingled in centuries, and such an alliance was unprecedented. The dragon's pride and past grievances made the prospect of cooperation a complex one. "Why should I aid you?" Korath asked. "Draconia has kept to itself, and we have no reason to involve ourselves in your conflict." Cedric spoke from his heart. "Ilaria's fate will soon be sealed, and Draconia will not be spared if Malakar succeeds. We are bound by a common enemy. Together we have a chance to overcome this darkness and secure the future for both our peoples." Korath's eyes narrowed, but there was a flicker of consideration in their depths. "Very well," he said after a long pause. "I will agree to this pact, but understand that it is not given lightly. You must prove your sincerity and your commitment to this alliance." Chapter 3: The Pact of Fire. The pact between Cedric and Korath was forged in a ceremonial ritual within the heart of the dragon's lair. The ritual involved binding their respective realms' fates through ancient magic, ensuring that both parties were committed to the fight against Malakar. Cedric and Korath stood before a massive stone altar, illuminated by the flickering light of dragon fire. Korath breathed a stream of molten lava onto the altar, inscribing it with runes of power. Cedric placed a golden amulet, a symbol of Ilaria's royal lineage, onto the altar. As the ritual progressed, the air crackled with magical energy. Cedric and Korath recited ancient oaths, pledging their allegiance to the pact and vowing to protect each other's realms. The ritual concluded with a blinding flash of light, signifying the binding of their fates. With the pact established, Cedric and Korath set out to prepare for the imminent battle. Cedric returned to Ilaria with renewed hope and a sense of purpose, while Korath summoned his dragon kin and prepared his forces. Chapter 4: Uncovering the Plot. As the forces of Ilaria and Draconia united, they began to gather intelligence on Malakar's plans. The two realms worked together to uncover the extent of the sorcerer's dark magic and the nature of his army. A clandestine meeting between Cedric and Korath revealed troubling news. Malakar's dark magic was more insidious than they had anticipated. His army was not only composed of dark creatures, but also included corrupted beings, once human soldiers, who had been transformed into monstrous entities through foul sorcery. The sorcerer's plot was to harness the power of a forgotten artifact known as the Heart of Shadows. This artifact was capable of amplifying Malakar's magic to unimaginable levels, allowing him to conquer entire realms and plunge the world into eternal darkness. The artifact was hidden within an ancient, foreboding fortress known as the Black Citadel. The fortress was said to be impenetrable, guarded by powerful enchantments and dark sentinels. The only way to reach it was to navigate through a series of treacherous trials and overcome formidable defenses. Cedric and Korath, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decided to lead a joint mission to infiltrate the Black Citadel and retrieve the Heart of Shadows before Malakar could use it to complete his nefarious plans. Chapter 5: The Black Citadel. The journey to the Black Citadel was fraught with danger. Cedric, Korath, and their combined forces traveled through perilous terrain, facing ambushes and traps set by Malakar's minions. The fortress loomed ahead, its dark silhouette casting an ominous shadow over the land. To gain entry to the citadel, Cedric and Korath had to navigate a series of magical wards and barriers. Korath's dragon fire and Cedric's knowledge of ancient lore proved invaluable in overcoming these obstacles. They worked together to decipher the citadel's runes and unlock the hidden passages. Inside the Black Citadel, the air was heavy with dark magic. The walls were adorned with grim murals depicting scenes of suffering and domination. The deeper they ventured, the more intense the malevolent energy became. They encountered dark sentinels, ghastly beings formed from shadow and dark magic. The trials within the citadel tested their resolve and strength. The first trial was a labyrinthine maze filled with illusions and traps designed to disorient and confuse intruders. Cedric and Korath had to rely on their combined skills to navigate through the maze and reach the heart of the citadel. The second trial involved a fierce confrontation with Malakar's elite guards. The battle was intense, with both sides using their magical abilities and combat skills to gain the upper hand. Cedric and Korath fought valiantly, their alliance proving to be a formidable force against the Dark Army. Chapter 6: The Heart of Shadows. At the heart of the Black Citadel lay the chamber that housed the Heart of Shadows. The chamber was a grand, darkened space illuminated by the eerie glow of the artifact. The Heart of Shadows pulsed with a sinister energy, casting shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in the air. Malakar, aware of the intrusion, appeared before them in a dramatic confrontation. The sorcerer was a towering figure cloaked in dark robes, his eyes burning with malevolent fire. His presence was both commanding and terrifying. "You dare to challenge me," Malakar's voice thundered through the chamber. "The Heart of Shadows will grant me dominion over all realms. You are too late to stop me." Cedric and Korath faced Malakar in a climactic battle. The sorcerer unleashed powerful spells and dark magic, but Cedric and Korath fought with unwavering determination. The combined strength of the prince and the dragon created a force that matched Malakar's dark power. As the battle raged on, Cedric noticed that the Heart of Shadows was drawing power from Malakar's dark magic, amplifying his spells and making him nearly invincible. Realizing that they needed to neutralize the artifact to weaken Malakar, Cedric and Korath devised a plan. Korath used his dragon fire to create a protective barrier, shielding Cedric from Malakar's attacks. Cedric, using a magical relic given to him by Seraphina, channeled the power of light to counteract the Heart of Shadows' influence. The two forces clashed, and the chamber was filled with blinding flashes of light and shadow. Chapter 7: The Final Confrontation. In the final moments of the battle, Cedric managed to reach the Heart of Shadows and sever its connection to Malakar's dark magic. With the artifact's power neutralized, Malakar's spells faltered, and his form began to wane. Desperate to retain his power, Malakar unleashed a final, devastating spell. Cedric and Korath combined their strength to deflect the spell, and with a mighty roar, Korath unleashed a torrent of dragon fire that engulfed the sorcerer. Malakar's dark form disintegrated, and the Heart of Shadows shattered into fragments. The citadel's oppressive energy dissipated, and the dark enchantments were broken. The fortress began to collapse, and Cedric and Korath made a hasty retreat. As they emerged from the ruins of the Black Citadel, the sun rose over the horizon, casting a golden light over the land. The threat of Malakar had been vanquished, and the realms of Ilaria and Draconia were safe once more. Chapter 8: The Alliance of Realms. The victory was celebrated by both Ilaria and Draconia. The once distant realms had forged a powerful alliance, and the bonds between Prince Cedric and Korath were strengthened by their shared trials and triumphs. The tale of their alliance and the defeat of Malakar became a legend, a story of bravery, unity, and the power of working together against common foes. The pact between Cedric and Korath was honored, and the realms continued to support each other in times of need. As peace returned to Ilaria and Draconia, Cedric and Korath maintained their alliance, ensuring that the realms remained vigilant against any future threats. The dragon and the prince had proven that even the most unlikely of partnerships could overcome great challenges and secure a brighter future for all. The story of the Dragon's Pact was told and retold across generations, a testament to the strength of unity and the courage of those who rise to defend their worlds. And as the sun set over the lands of Ilaria and Draconia, the promise of a lasting peace illuminated the path for future heroes. The Ghostly Minstrel. Chapter 1: The Melancholic Ballad. The road to Eldoria was long and winding, a path bordered by ancient forests and rolling hills. Along this road travelled a solitary figure, a minstrel named Lorien, whose songs carried the weight of sorrow and longing. His lute, a finely crafted instrument worn from years of travel, was his constant companion, and his voice, once vibrant with joy, now sang with a haunting melancholy. Lorien's heart was heavy with a sorrow that no melody could fully express. He had been haunted by the ghost of his beloved Seraphina, a woman whose untimely death had cast a long shadow over his life. Her spirit, restless and bound by unfinished business, had followed him since her passing, manifesting in dreams and whispers that seemed to call out to him. Seraphina had been a figure of beauty and grace in her time, known for her kindness and her ability to bring joy to those around her. Her death had been sudden and mysterious, leaving Lorien with a grief that no amount of travel or song could assuage. The truth behind her death remained a mystery, and Lorien was determined to uncover it, hoping that doing so might finally bring peace to her restless spirit. As Lorien approached Eldoria, he was struck by the beauty of the kingdom. The castle towers rose majestically against the backdrop of a setting sun, casting a warm, golden glow over the land. Yet beneath this veneer of tranquility, the kingdom was troubled by a growing unrest, an unrest that Lorien would soon come to understand was intimately connected to Seraphina's ghost. Chapter 2: The Kingdom in Distress. Eldoria was a kingdom that prided itself on harmony and prosperity. However, recent months had seen an increase in strange occurrences, crops failing, livestock falling ill, and a pervasive sense of dread among the people. Whispers of supernatural disturbances filled the air, and the once happy villagers now spoke in hushed tones of a growing darkness. The source of this unrest was tied to an old legend, the story of a ghostly minstrel who would return to the kingdom with a lament so powerful that it would unravel the realm's peace. Lorien's arrival coincided with the intensification of these disturbances, and the villagers, already on edge, were unsettled by his presence. The royal family of Eldoria was deeply concerned. King Arik, a wise and just ruler, had summoned his advisors to discuss the kingdom's plight. His daughter, Princess Alara, was particularly troubled by the reports of supernatural activity. She had heard tales of a wandering minstrel with a sorrowful song and feared that Lorien might be the key to the unrest. Lorien made his way to the royal castle, hoping to find answers. He was granted an audience with Princess Alara, whose beauty was as captivating as her demeanor was earnest. She welcomed him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Minstrel Lorien," she began, "we have heard unsettling tales of your arrival and the disturbances that have accompanied you. What brings you to Eldoria?" Lorien bowed respectfully, his voice tinged with the weight of his sorrow. "Your Highness, I seek to uncover the truth behind the death of my beloved Seraphina. Her ghost haunts me, and I believe her restless spirit is tied to the troubles plaguing your kingdom. I hope that by solving the mystery of her death, I might bring peace to both her spirit and your land." Princess Alara's eyes widened with empathy. "We have long suspected that the disturbances in Eldoria are connected to a ghostly presence. If your beloved spirit is indeed involved, then your quest may be the key to restoring peace to our realm. I shall help you in any way I can." Chapter 3: The Ghostly Apparition. That night, as Lorien rested in the castle's guest quarters, he was visited by Seraphina's ghost. Her apparition was ethereal and shimmering, appearing with a mournful expression and an aura of profound sadness. Lorien Seraphina's voice was a whisper carried on the wind. "I am bound by a debt that I cannot fulfill. My death was not a natural occurrence, and my spirit cannot find peace until the truth is revealed." Lorien approached her ghostly form with a mixture of longing and determination. "Tell me what you can, Seraphina. What happened to you? How did you die?" Seraphina's eyes were filled with a sorrow that transcended time. "I was betrayed by someone I trusted, someone who sought to gain power through my demise. My death was orchestrated by those who wished to cover up a dark secret. My spirit remains restless because the truth has not been brought to light." With this revelation, Lorien knew he had to uncover the details of Seraphina's betrayal and the secret that had led to her death. He shared this information with Princess Alara, who agreed to assist him in his investigation. Chapter 4: The Mystery Unfolds. Lorien and Princess Alara began their investigation by delving into Seraphina's past. They spoke with her former acquaintances and examined her personal belongings, searching for clues that might reveal the identity of the traitor and the nature of the dark secret. Through their inquiries, they learned that Seraphina had been a favored guest at the court of Eldoria, known for her charm and grace. However, her presence had attracted the jealousy and ire of certain individuals who saw her as a threat to their ambitions. One name repeatedly surfaced in their investigation: Lord Malverin, a once trusted advisor to the king who had disappeared around the time of Seraphina's death. Lord Malverin had been rumored to have harbored ambitions of power. and it was believed that he had used his influence to orchestrate Seraphina's demise. To uncover the truth, Lorien and Elara sought out any surviving records or witnesses that could provide more information about Lord Malvorin's activities. They found an old ledger in the castle archives that detailed secret meetings and transactions linked to Malvorin. The ledger hinted at a conspiracy involving dark magic and forbidden rituals. Chapter 5: The Forbidden Ritual. The ledger led Lorien and Elara to a hidden chamber beneath the castle, a place that had been sealed off and forgotten over the years. The chamber was filled with ancient relics and occult symbols, a testament to the dark practices that had once taken place there. Among the relics, they discovered a tome of forbidden rituals, its pages filled with dark incantations and arcane knowledge. The tome revealed that Lord Malvorin had been involved in a ritual designed to gain ultimate power by sacrificing someone of significant virtue. Seraphina's death had been part of this sinister scheme. As they studied the tome, they found a reference to a hidden altar where the ritual had been performed. The altar was said to be located in a secluded part of the castle grounds, concealed from prying eyes. Lorien and Elara set out to find the altar, guided by the clues from the tome. Their journey took them to an overgrown section of the castle gardens, where they uncovered a hidden passage leading to an underground chamber. Chapter 6: The Altar of Shadows. The underground chamber was cold and foreboding, illuminated only by the faint glow of luminescent fungi that clung to the walls. At its center stood the altar, a dark stone slab inscribed with arcane symbols and stained with old blood. As Lorien and Elara examined the altar, they discovered evidence of the ritual's completion: a blood-stained dagger and a scroll detailing the steps of the dark incantation. The scroll confirmed that Seraphina had been the intended sacrifice, and her death had been a key component of the ritual to empower Lord Malvorin. The realization of the betrayal and the dark magic used against Seraphina filled Lorien with a profound sense of anger and sadness. He knew that uncovering the truth was only the first step he needed to ensure that justice was served and that the dark magic could no longer harm anyone else. Chapter 7: The Confrontation. With the knowledge gained from the tome and the altar, Lorien and Elara set out to confront the remaining members of the conspiracy. They traced Lord Malvorin's whereabouts to a remote estate on the outskirts of Eldoria, where he had been living in hiding. The estate was heavily guarded, and Malvorin had taken measures to protect himself from any potential threats. Lorien and Elara approached the estate with caution, their goal being to confront Malvorin and ensure that he faced justice for his crimes. Inside the estate, they found Malvorin in a state of paranoia, surrounded by magical wards and defensive enchantments. The confrontation was intense, with Malvorin using dark magic to fend off his attackers. Lorien and Elara, however, were prepared and determined to see justice done. During the battle, Malvorin revealed the full extent of his schemes. He had sought to gain control of Eldoria through dark magic, and had used Seraphina's death as a means to secure his power. His plans had been thwarted, but his desperation to escape justice drove him to use every dark trick at his disposal. In a climactic showdown, Lorien and Alara managed to subdue Malvorin and break his magical defenses. With the sorcerer defeated, they ensured that he was taken into custody and would face trial for his crimes. Chapter 8: Peace Restored. With Malvorin's defeat and the truth about Seraphina's death revealed, peace began to return to Eldoria. The supernatural disturbances that had plagued the kingdom ceased, and the people of Eldoria could once again enjoy a sense of tranquility. Lorien, having fulfilled his quest to bring justice to Seraphina, found a sense of closure. He performed a final ballad in her honor, a song that celebrated her life and the truth that had been uncovered. The ballad was both a tribute to her memory and a symbol of the restoration of peace. Seraphina's ghost appeared one last time to thank Lorien for his efforts. Her spirit, now free from the chains of unfinished business, expressed her gratitude and offered her blessings to Lorien and the kingdom. As Lorien prepared to leave Eldoria, he was given a warm farewell by Princess Alara and the people of the kingdom. His journey had not only brought justice to his beloved, but had also helped restore harmony to the realm. With a heart full of both sorrow and hope, Lorien continued his travels, carrying with him the lessons learned from his quest and the memory of Seraphina's enduring spirit. The story of the ghostly minstrel became a cherished legend, a tale of love, betrayal, and the power of seeking the truth to bring peace to both the living and the dead. And so the road stretched out before him, winding through the landscapes of both joy and sorrow, as Lorien sang his melancholic ballads and continued his journey, forever marked by the echoes of Seraphina's ghostly melody. The Knight's Code. Chapter 1: The Honorable Knight. In the kingdom of Viridia, where chivalry and honor were esteemed above all, Sir Roland of Thornbridge was renowned as a paragon of virtue. His reputation as a knight of unparalleled integrity was well earned through years of faithful service to the crown and unwavering loyalty to his comrades. His armor, though battered by countless battles, gleamed with the emblem of his order, a silver lion against a field of blue. Roland's closest friend was Sir Eamon of Ravenswood, a knight of equal renown and valor. The two had fought side by side in many a skirmish, and had shared their triumphs and trials with a camaraderie that few could rival. Their bond was forged in the fires of conflict and tempered by mutual respect. The tranquility of Viridia was abruptly shattered when a mysterious envoy arrived from the king's court. The message was brief but alarming Sir Roland, who was summoned to the palace at once. Roland made his way to the castle with a sense of unease. The grandeur of the royal palace, with its towering spires and opulent halls, seemed cold and foreboding compared to the warm camaraderie of the battlefield. As he entered the great hall, he was greeted by the king himself, King Alaric, whose stern gaze was both reassuring and intimidating. Sir Roland, the king's voice echoed through the hall. I have a matter of utmost importance that requires your immediate attention. Roland bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I am at your service. What is it that you require of me? King Alaric's expression grew grave. There is a conspiracy within the realm that threatens the stability of our kingdom. I have received intelligence that certain noble houses are plotting to undermine my rule. I need you to investigate this matter discreetly and bring the traitors to justice. Roland's heart swelled with pride at the king's trust, but was soon tempered by concern. And who do you suspect of being involved in this treachery, your Majesty? The king's eyes met Roland's with a mixture of sadness and determination. I suspect that Sir Eamon of Ravenswood may be involved in this conspiracy. Roland's breath caught in his throat. The thought of Eamon being implicated in such a plot was inconceivable. Your Majesty, I have fought beside Sir Eamon for years. I cannot believe that he would be involved in such treachery. King Alaric's gaze was unwavering. You are to investigate this matter thoroughly. If Eamon is innocent, then he will have nothing to fear. However, if he is guilty, you must ensure that justice is served regardless of your personal feelings. Roland was faced with a moral dilemma of unprecedented magnitude. To investigate his friend and potentially betray him was a heavy burden. He left the palace with a heart weighed down by the conflicting demands of duty and loyalty. Chapter 2. Here friend's betrayal. The next days were fraught with turmoil for Roland. He conducted his investigation with the utmost discretion, seeking evidence of Eamon's alleged treachery. He reviewed letters, questioned servants, and examined Eamon's recent activities. To his dismay, he found several pieces of evidence that seemed to indicate Eamon's involvement, though none were definitive. Roland's heart ached with each discovery. He could not reconcile the honourable image he had of Eamon with the evidence before him. He sought solace in his code of honour, which demanded justice and truth above all else, yet struggled with the personal betrayal he felt. To complicate matters, Roland received an anonymous message that suggested someone was manipulating the situation. The message hinted at a deeper conspiracy, one that sought to frame Eamon and discredit him. Roland's investigation began to take on new dimensions as he realized that the conspiracy might extend beyond the noble houses to the very heart of the court. Chapter 3. The Unveiling Conspiracy. Determined to uncover the truth, Roland continued his investigation with renewed vigor. He began to focus on those who might benefit from Eamon's downfall. His suspicions fell upon Lord Verith, a prominent noble with a history of rivalries and ambitions. Roland discovered that Lord Verith had been involved in several clandestine meetings with other nobles. Through careful observation and covert inquiries, Roland learned that Vareth had been maneuvering to discredit both King Alaric and Sir Aemon, hoping to consolidate power for himself. The deeper Roland delved, the more he realized that Vareth's machinations were designed to provoke internal strife within the kingdom. By framing Aemon as a traitor, Vareth sought to create discord and weaken the king's support. The stakes were higher than Roland had initially imagined. One evening, Roland intercepted a coded message that revealed the full extent of the conspiracy. The message detailed a plan to stage an assassination attempt on the king, which would be blamed on Aemon. The ultimate goal was to create chaos and seize control of the throne. Roland knew that he had to act swiftly to prevent the impending disaster. He arranged a secret meeting with Princess Alara, the king's daughter and a trusted ally. He shared his findings with her, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Alara, Roland said with resolve, Lord Vareth's conspiracy goes beyond mere treachery. He intends to assassinate the king and frame Aemon for the crime. We must expose him before it is too late. Princess Alara's eyes widened with alarm. If this is true, then we must warn the king and thwart Vareth's plans. But how can we ensure that Aemon is not implicated in this scheme? Roland's face was set with determination. We must find a way to reveal the truth to the king and rally support to prevent the assassination. We need evidence that is undeniable, and we must act quickly. Chapter 4 The Revelation. With Princess Alara's help, Roland devised a plan to expose Lord Vareth's conspiracy. They gathered all the evidence they had accumulated and prepared to present it to King Alaric. Roland knew that the revelation would be risky, and that Vareth would not hesitate to employ further deception and violence to protect his schemes. The moment of truth came during a royal council meeting, where the king and his advisors gathered to discuss matters of state. Roland and Alara made their entrance with a sense of urgency and purpose. Your Majesty, Roland began, I have uncovered a plot against you and the realm. Lord Vareth is at the center of this conspiracy, which involves framing Sir Aemon and staging an assassination attempt on your life. King Alaric's expression hardened as he listened to Roland's account. The assembled nobles exchanged uneasy glances, their loyalty divided. Roland presented the coded messages, letters, and testimonies that implicated Vareth and exposed his treachery. Vareth, caught off guard, attempted to deny the charges, but his bluster was met with the irrefutable evidence presented by Roland. The king's face darkened with anger as he realized the extent of the betrayal. I have long suspected that there were forces working against the stability of the kingdom, King Alaric said, his voice cold and resolute. The evidence presented is grave and compelling. Lord Vareth, you are hereby stripped of your titles and privileges. You will stand trial for your crimes. The council chamber erupted in murmur and disbelief. The conspiracy had been exposed and Lord Vareth was taken into custody. The immediate threat to the kingdom was averted, that the damage to Sir Eamon's reputation had to be addressed. Chapter 5: Redemption and Reconciliation. With the conspiracy dismantled, Roland turned his attention to clearing Eamon's name. He approached Sir Eamon, who had been held under suspicion but remained steadfast in his innocence. "Eamon," Roland said, his voice filled with both relief and sorrow, "I am deeply sorry for the anguish I caused you. The truth has been revealed, and the conspiracy against you and the king has been thwarted." Eamon's eyes, though weary, were filled with understanding. "Roland, I have always known that your heart was true. The betrayal was a heavy burden for you to bear. I am grateful for your efforts to uncover the truth." The bond between the two knights was tested but ultimately strengthened by the ordeal. They shared a moment of reconciliation, acknowledging the trials they had faced and the importance of their friendship. Princess Alara and King Alaric expressed their gratitude to Roland for his unwavering dedication and bravery. Eamon's name was cleared, and he was reinstated with honor. The kingdom began to heal from the internal strife, and the alliance between the knights and the royal family was reaffirmed. Roland's journey had been one of profound personal and moral challenges. He had faced the ultimate test of his code of honor and emerged with a deeper understanding of the complexities of duty and loyalty. His actions had preserved the kingdom's stability and demonstrated the enduring power of truth and justice. Chapter 6: A New Code. In the aftermath of the conspiracy, Viridia entered a period of reconstruction and renewal. The kingdom was united once more, and the bonds of trust among its leaders were strengthened. Roland and Eamon resumed their duties as knights, their camaraderie and shared experiences forging a bond that was both resilient and unbreakable. They continued to serve the realm with the same honor and dedication that had always defined them, but with a new appreciation for the challenges of leadership and the importance of integrity. As a symbol of their renewed commitment to justice and truth, Roland and Eamon established a new code, a set of principles that emphasized transparency, accountability, and the importance of questioning even the most sacred tenets when faced with evidence of wrongdoing. The new code became a guiding light for future generations of knights, ensuring that the values of honor and loyalty were upheld while acknowledging the complexities of human nature and the importance of seeking truth above all else. Years later, the tale of Sir Roland and Sir Eamon became a cherished legend in Viridia. The story of their trials, their unwavering commitment to justice, and their ultimate reconciliation was told and retold as a testament to the power of honor and the resilience of friendship. The kingdom flourished under the principles established by Roland and Eamon, and their legacy endured as a beacon of integrity and courage. The lessons learned from their experiences served as a reminder that even the most honorable of individuals could face profound moral dilemmas, and that true honor lay in confronting those challenges with steadfast resolve and a commitment to truth. And so Sir Roland continued his service to Viridia, his code of honor forever shaped by the trials he had faced and the friendships he had forged. His journey was a testament to the enduring power of integrity, loyalty, and the pursuit of justice in a world where the line between right and wrong could sometimes be obscured by the shadows of deceit. The Medieval Time Traveler. Chapter 1: The Unlikely Artifact. Dr. Lydia Harrington was a respected historian specializing in medieval European history. Her passion for the past extended beyond academic pursuits. It was a lifelong fascination that had driven her to explore ancient manuscripts, forgotten relics, and historical sites. Her small, cluttered office at the university was filled with artifacts and books that chronicled centuries of history. One rainy afternoon, while cataloguing a newly acquired collection of medieval manuscripts, Lydia discovered an unusual artifact hidden among the items. It was a small, intricately carved amulet, its surface adorned with symbols she did not recognize. The amulet had a cold, metallic feel, and its surface seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. Curiosity piqued, Lydia decided to investigate further. As she examined the amulet under a magnifying glass, she felt a strange sensation, a sudden chill that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The symbols seemed to pulse, and Lydia's fingers tingled as she touched them. Without warning, a blinding flash of light engulfed the room. When the light faded, Lydia found herself no longer in her office, but in a dense, unfamiliar forest. The trees were ancient and towering, and the air was filled with the sounds of distant birds and rustling leaves. She realized with growing horror that she had been transported back in time. Chapter 2: Ahi, a New World. Lydia's initial panic was quickly replaced by a sense of determination. She had studied medieval history extensively, but experiencing it firsthand was another matter entirely. Clad in modern clothing, she stood out starkly against the backdrop of the medieval landscape. Her knowledge of the period would be her greatest asset, but it would also be her greatest challenge. As she ventured through the forest, Lydia stumbled upon a small village nestled in a clearing. The village seemed to be in a state of unrest. Men in armor were preparing for battle, while women and children gathered in anxious groups. The air was thick with tension. Lydia approached the village cautiously and was met by a group of villagers who regarded her with suspicion. They spoke in a dialect she recognized but found difficult to understand. After a brief exchange, Lydia learned that the village was caught in the midst of a bitter conflict between two rival factions. The first faction, led by Lord Cedric, was known for its attempts to unify the region under a single banner. The second faction, led by Lady Alara, was fighting to maintain its independence and resist what it perceived as encroachment by Cedric's forces. The village was caught in the crossfire. Chapter 3: Becoming Involved. Lydia's arrival did not go unnoticed. Her modern appearance and foreign demeanor drew the attention of both factions. Lord Cedric's men, intrigued by her strange clothing and unfamiliar accent, took her in for questioning. They assumed she was a wandering scholar or a spy. Lydia was brought before Lord Cedric himself, a stern but fair man with a commanding presence. Cedric was intrigued by Lydia's knowledge and curiosity about the medieval world, and he saw potential in her unique perspective. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" Cedric asked, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "I am Lydia Harrington," she replied, trying to maintain composure. "I am a scholar of history. I was exploring an artifact, and somehow I found myself in this time." Cedric's eyes widened with interest. "A scholar, you say? If you possess knowledge of our history and affairs, your insights could be of great value. We are on the brink of a pivotal battle, and any information you can provide may help us secure victory." Lydia hesitated but realized that her knowledge could be crucial in influencing the outcome of the conflict. She agreed to assist Cedric, though she remained cautious about revealing too much of her true situation. Chapter 4. The Battle Looms. As Lydia became more involved with Cedric's faction, she learned about the strategic and political complexities of the conflict. Cedric's forces were well organized but facing logistical challenges. Lydia's knowledge of historical battles and tactics provided valuable insights into how Cedric's forces could gain an advantage. She helped devise strategies to improve their positioning and supply lines, drawing on her understanding of medieval warfare and logistics. Her modern perspective allowed her to propose unconventional tactics that surprised both Cedric's men and their enemies. Meanwhile, Lydia also sought to understand Lady Alara's motives. She learned that Alara was fiercely protective of her people and believed that Cedric's ambitions would lead to oppression rather than unity. Lydia saw that the conflict was not merely a struggle for power, but a clash of ideologies and values. Chapter 5. An Unexpected Ally. One evening, as Lydia was poring over maps and strategies, she was approached by a young woman who introduced herself as Mira, an emissary from Lady Alara's faction. Mira had been sent to negotiate a possible truce, and was intrigued by Lydia's presence and insights. "I have heard of your unusual knowledge and your involvement with Lord Cedric," Mira said. "Perhaps you can help us understand if there is a way to resolve this conflict without further bloodshed." Lydia was struck by Mira's sincerity and the possibility of finding a peaceful solution. She agreed to meet with Lady Alara, hoping to bridge the gap between the factions and uncover a path to reconciliation. Chapter 6. The Meeting with Lady Alara. Lydia's meeting with Lady Alara was tense but productive. Alara, a strong and principled leader, was initially skeptical of Lydia's claims, but was won over by her genuine desire for peace and her knowledge of the region's history. "You speak of unity and understanding, yet I see little reason to trust your words," Alara said. "How can we believe that Cedric's intentions are as noble as you claim?" Lydia explained the historical context of the conflict, drawing parallels between past and present struggles. She emphasized that both factions had legitimate concerns, and that finding common ground was essential for long-term stability. Elara listened attentively, her demeanor softening. "You present a compelling case. If you are willing to assist us in negotiating a fair resolution, I am open to exploring the possibility of peace." Lydia agreed to act as a mediator and worked tirelessly to facilitate discussions between Cedric and Elara. Her efforts were met with mixed reactions, but she remained steadfast in her mission to find a resolution. Chapter 7: The Turning Point. The day of the decisive battle approached, and tensions reached their peak. Lydia's role as a mediator had succeeded in bringing the factions to the negotiating table, but trust was still fragile. During a final meeting, Lydia presented a proposal for a peace agreement that addressed the core concerns of both factions. The agreement included provisions for mutual respect, shared resources, and a commitment to working together for the common good. Both Cedric and Elara were initially resistant, but Lydia's persuasive arguments and her knowledge of historical precedents began to sway their opinions. As the negotiations continued, it became clear that a compromise was possible. Chapter 8: The Battle and Resolution. On the eve of the battle, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A sudden attack by a third party, seeking to exploit the chaos of the conflict, threatened both factions. Lydia's quick thinking and strategic insights helped both sides to repel the attackers and forced a temporary truce. In the wake of the attack, Cedric and Elara realized that their true enemy was not each other, but the external threats to their lands and people. The battle was postponed, and the focus shifted to addressing the immediate danger. The combined efforts of Cedric's and Elara's forces, guided by Lydia's knowledge and strategies, successfully defended the kingdom from the external threat. The victory united the factions and paved the way for a lasting peace. Chapter 9: The New Era. With the external threat neutralized, Cedric and Elara worked together to implement the peace agreement. The kingdom began a new era of cooperation and prosperity, with both leaders committed to building a unified and equitable realm. Lydia's role in the resolution of the conflict was acknowledged and celebrated. She was honored for her contributions and hailed as a hero who had bridged the gap between rival factions. Despite her success, Lydia knew that her time in the medieval era was limited. The artifact that had brought her here was still a mystery, and she felt a growing desire to return to her own time. She bid farewell to Cedric, Elara, and the people she had come to know, leaving behind a legacy of peace and cooperation. Chapter 10: Returning to the Present. As Lydia prepared to leave, she discovered that the amulet, now glowing with a soft light, was the key to returning to her own time. She held it tightly and recited a silent prayer, hoping to return to the familiar world she had left behind. In a flash of light, Lydia found herself back in her office, the artifact still in her hand. The room was as she had left it, and the familiar sight of her books and manuscripts brought a wave of relief. Lydia's return to the present was met with a mix of wonder and disbelief. She had lived through an extraordinary experience and had witnessed firsthand the complexities of medieval life and conflict. Her knowledge of history had not only guided her through a tumultuous period, but had also helped shape the course of events. Epilogue: The Legacy of Knowledge. Lydia's experiences in the medieval era became the basis for a groundbreaking book that combined historical research with her personal accounts of time travel. Her book, Chronicles of a Time Traveler, was met with acclaim and intrigue, offering readers a unique perspective on medieval history. The artifact remained a cherished relic of her journey, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that had forever changed her understanding of history and the power of knowledge. Lydia continued her work as a historian, now with a deeper appreciation for the impact of historical events and the importance of bridging the gap between past and present. The tale of Lydia Harrington, the medieval time traveler, became a legend in its own right, a story of courage, diplomacy, and the enduring quest for understanding across the boundaries of time. The Forgotten Heir. Chapter 1: The Hidden Lineage. In the heart of the humble village of Elder Grove, nestled between ancient oak trees and rolling meadows, lived a peasant named Eamon. His days were spent toiling in the fields and mending tools, his nights marked by the soft murmur of the wind and the occasional flicker of starlight through his small, thatched window. Eamon's life was one of simplicity, defined by hard work and modest comforts. Little did he know his fate was about to change. It began on an unusually warm spring morning when Eamon was hauling a cartload of freshly harvested wheat. The sun had just crested the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land. He was whistling a tune, a song his mother used to sing, when a stranger appeared at the edge of the village. Clad in fine, dark robes and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, the visitor stood out against the backdrop of simple village life. The stranger approached Eamon as he worked, his steps measured and deliberate. "Good day to you," the man said, his voice smooth and authoritative. "I am Lord Finian of Hightower, and I seek a man named Eamon of Eldergrove." Eamon wiped his brow with the back of his hand and looked up, puzzled. "I'm Eamon." "What brings you here, Lord Finian?" Lord Finian's eyes held a glint of something, perhaps recognition or intrigue. "I come with news that will change your life, Eamon. I need to speak with you privately." The request was unexpected, and Eamon hesitated. However, curiosity and a hint of apprehension led him to agree. They walked to Eamon's modest home, a small cottage with ivy creeping up its walls. Inside, Lord Finian took a seat by the hearth, his eyes scanning the simple decor. "You must be wondering why I'm here. I am not merely a traveller but a messenger. The kingdom of Eldoria, long believed to be fallen and its lineage lost, still holds a glimmer of hope. You are the last surviving heir to its throne." Eamon stared at Lord Finian incredulity etching his features. "You must be mistaken. I am just a simple peasant. Eldoria has been gone for as long as I can remember." Lord Finian nodded solemnly. "That is what the world believes, but there is truth in the rumors. Eldoria was destroyed by a usurper's betrayal, and its royal family was thought to be extinct. Yet it appears that the last heir you survived. Your identity was hidden for your protection." Eamon's mind raced. His parents had always been reticent about their past, but he had never imagined it held such gravity. Why me? Why now? Lord Finian leaned forward, his gaze intense. "The usurper's line has been overthrown, and the kingdom is ripe for restoration. It is your birthright to reclaim what was lost and restore Eldoria to its former glory. There are challenges ahead, but you have allies and the strength within you to prevail." Chapter 2: The Awakening. Eamon's transition from peasant to heir was not immediate. He spent weeks in a state of disbelief, grappling with the weight of his newfound identity. Lord Finian, true to his word, provided Eamon with resources and support to prepare for his journey. This included a small retinue of loyal guards, who would accompany him to the remnants of Eldoria's capital. The journey to Hightower, the seat of Lord Finian's influence, was arduous but revealing. Eamon was introduced to advisors and scholars who had been awaiting the heir's return. They were well versed in the lore of Eldoria and the intricate politics that would shape his path. The journey also included a visit to the ruins of Eldoria's capital, once a majestic city now in disrepair. As they approached, Eamon marveled at the remnants of grand architecture, the overgrown gardens, and the remnants of what was once a thriving kingdom. The enormity of the task before him was becoming clearer. Eamon was introduced to the Royal Archive, a hidden repository of Eldoria's history. Among the dusty scrolls and faded manuscripts, he discovered detailed accounts of his ancestors, their reign, and the betrayal that led to their downfall. He learned that the usurper, Lord Mauric, had seized the throne through deceit and treachery, causing widespread suffering. Chapter 3: The Trial of Trust. With the information gathered from the archives, Eamon knew he needed to solidify his claim and rally support from the fractured remnants of Eldoria. He began by reaching out to the various factions and noble families that had survived the fall. Each meeting was a test of his ability to inspire and lead. One such meeting was with Lady Elara, a noblewoman whose family had been loyal to the fallen royal line. Her estate, situated on the outskirts of Eldoria, was a haven of lush gardens and grand halls, a stark contrast to Eamon's humble beginnings. The encounter was fraught with tension, as Lady Elara had her own reservations about the authenticity of Eamon's claim. "Why should we trust you?" she demanded, her eyes sharp. "Many have come claiming to be the heir, only to reveal themselves as charlatans or opportunists." Eamon took a deep breath, his resolve unwavering. "I understand your skepticism, Lady Elara, but I ask for the chance to prove my worth. I am committed to restoring Eldoria to its rightful place and ensuring its future. I come not just with words, but with the resources and the determination to back them." Lady Alara studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. "Very well. I will lend my support, but you must demonstrate that you have the strength and vision to lead." The path to gaining allies was not easy. Eamon faced numerous challenges, from rival claimants to dissenting factions. Each step forward was met with resistance and trials, testing his leadership and resolve. Through perseverance and the support of loyal friends, he managed to consolidate a significant portion of support. Chapter 4: The Unveiling of Secrets. As Eamon's claim gained traction, the political landscape of Eldoria grew more complex. His efforts to restore the kingdom were hampered by hidden agendas and old rivalries. During this tumultuous period, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber within the royal archive, a chamber containing personal letters and diaries from his ancestors. Among the letters, he discovered a shocking revelation: the betrayal that led to the fall of Eldoria was not just a matter of political maneuvering, but a deeply personal vendetta. The usurper, Lord Malric, had been driven by a personal grudge against Eamon's ancestors, rooted in a betrayal that went back generations. One letter, in particular, detailed the involvement of a trusted advisor who had been complicit in the betrayal, adding another layer to the complex web of deceit. Eamon realized that the restoration of Eldoria required not only reclaiming the throne, but also addressing these historical wrongs. Chapter 5: The Coronation and the Future. With the support of key factions and a deeper understanding of the kingdom's history, Eamon prepared for his coronation. The ceremony was held in the grand hall of the restored palace, a symbol of the kingdom's revival. As he donned the royal robes and took the crown, Eamon felt a profound sense of responsibility. The coronation was not just a symbolic event, but a practical step towards rebuilding Eldoria. Eamon's reign marked the beginning of a new era, characterized by transparency, justice, and the healing of old wounds. He implemented reforms to address the grievances of his people and worked tirelessly to restore the kingdom's prosperity. Eamon's journey from peasant to heir was a testament to his resilience and the enduring strength of Eldoria's legacy. His reign was marked by progress and unity, and his story became a beacon of hope for future generations, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, the truth and justice could prevail. The Alchemist's Dilemma. Chapter 1: The Catalyst of Curiosity. In the dimly lit workshop of Alaric Thorn, the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulphur and the faint glimmer of enchanted crystals. Alaric, a renowned alchemist known for his insatiable curiosity and formidable skills, labored over a large, cluttered workbench. Scattered among ancient tomes and strange apparatus were vials of strange liquids and meticulously labeled herbs. For years, Alaric had been obsessed with a single goal: to discover the Philosopher's Stone. The legendary substance was said to grant eternal life and the power to transmute base metals into gold. To many, it was a myth, a tantalizing dream of the ancients. To Alaric, it was the ultimate prize, a testament to the boundless potential of alchemy. One evening, while poring over a particularly obscure manuscript, Alaric's eyes fell upon a passage that described a mysterious artifact known as the Abyssal Prism. This prism, the text suggested, held the key to locating the Philosopher's Stone. Alaric's pulse quickened. The prism was rumored to be hidden in a forgotten temple deep within the Forsaken Forest, a place that few dared to explore. Driven by a renewed sense of purpose, Alaric began preparations for his journey. His workshop was abuzz with activity as he crafted protective charms and gathered provisions. He meticulously reviewed his notes and mapped out the route to the Forsaken Forest, determined to uncover the secrets that had eluded so many before him. Chapter 2: The Forsaken Forest. The Forsaken Forest was as foreboding as its name suggested. Thick fog clung to the gnarled trees, and eerie whispers seemed to follow Alaric as he ventured deeper into the woods. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, his determination remained unshaken. He followed the clues from his research, which led him through winding paths and treacherous terrain. After days of navigating the dense forest, Alaric stumbled upon the entrance to an ancient temple, obscured by vines and moss. The crumbling stone structure was partially buried under centuries of neglect. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, he pushed aside the overgrown foliage and made his way inside. The interior of the temple was dimly lit by the flickering light of his lantern. Intricate carvings adorned the walls, depicting scenes of celestial beings and arcane symbols. Alaric's gaze was drawn to a pedestal in the center of the chamber, upon which rested the abyssal prism, a crystalline object that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. As he approached the prism, a cold, malevolent presence seemed to envelop the chamber. Alaric's breath caught in his throat as he reached out to take the prism. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the stone. The chamber trembled, and a dark, shadowy figure materialized before him. Chapter 3: The Malevolent Entity. The figure, cloaked in darkness and exuding an aura of malevolence, revealed itself to be a formidable entity known as the Shadow Sovereign. It spoke in a voice that resonated with a chilling authority. "You have awakened me, mortal. I am bound to this place, and you have disturbed my slumber." Alaric took a step back, his mind racing. "Who are you? What do you want?" The Shadow Sovereign's eyes glowed with a sinister light. "I am the guardian of the Abyssal Prism, bound by ancient sorcery to protect its secrets. The Philosopher's Stone is a power beyond mortal comprehension, and you, seeking it out, have unleashed forces that could bring about your doom." Alaric's resolve hardened. I seek the philosopher's stone to further the pursuit of knowledge and to prove that the wonders of alchemy are not mere myths. The Shadow Sovereign's laughter was dark and foreboding. Ambition can be a dangerous thing. You must decide whether to pursue your desires or heed the warnings of those who came before you. The path you choose will determine not only your fate, but the fate of many. The entity's words hung heavy in the air as Alaric grappled with the gravity of the situation. The prospect of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone now seemed fraught with peril. The Sovereign's ominous warning made Alaric question the wisdom of his quest. Chapter 4: The Moral Quandary. Alaric returned to his workshop, the abyssal prism in hand, but his mind clouded with doubt. He spent countless hours studying the prism and reflecting on his encounter with the Shadow Sovereign. The temptation to pursue the Philosopher's Stone was strong, yet the consequences of doing so were becoming increasingly apparent. One night, as Alaric worked by the flickering light of his lantern, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. He opened it to find Alara, an old friend and fellow alchemist. She had heard rumors of Alaric's journey and came to offer her counsel. "Alara, it's good to see you," Alaric said, gesturing her inside. "I've encountered something that has shaken my beliefs." Alara's eyes softened with concern. "Tell me what troubles you." Alaric recounted his experience with the Shadow Sovereign and the moral quandary he faced. Alara listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "The Philosopher's Stone represents the pinnacle of alchemical achievement," Alara said. "But with great power comes great responsibility. If your quest threatens to unleash malevolent forces or cause harm, is it worth the risk?" Her words struck a chord with Alaric. He knew that the pursuit of knowledge should not come at the expense of others' well-being. The potential consequences of his actions weighed heavily on him. Chapter 5: The Decision. Alaric's internal struggle continued as he wrestled with the implications of his pursuit. The abyssal prism, though a key to the Philosopher's Stone, was also a symbol of the dangerous power it held. He realized that obtaining the stone could potentially unleash the Shadow Sovereign upon the world or create unforeseen calamities. Determined to make the right decision, Alaric consulted the ancient texts he had brought back from the temple. Among them was a forgotten manuscript that contained a ritual designed to contain or dispel malevolent entities. The ritual required great sacrifice and precise execution, but it offered a chance to neutralize the threat posed by the Shadow Sovereign. With newfound resolve, Alaric prepared for the ritual. He gathered the necessary ingredients, some of which were rare and difficult to obtain. The process was arduous, involving a series of complex alchemical procedures and incantations. As he performed the ritual, the energy in the room shifted. The abyssal prism glowed with an intense light, and the Shadow Sovereign's presence loomed, trying to resist the containment. Alaric focused all his willpower and skill into the ritual, determined to protect the world from the entity's influence. Chapter 6: The Consequences. The ritual reached its climax, and a blinding light engulfed the workshop. When the light subsided, the Shadow Sovereign had vanished, and the abyssal prism lay dormant, its malevolent glow extinguished. Alaric stood amidst the remnants of the ritual, exhausted but relieved. He knew that he had made the right choice. The Philosopher's Stone, while a powerful and alluring prize, was not worth the risk of unleashing darkness upon the world. In the aftermath of his decision, Alaric focused on sharing the knowledge he had gained from his journey. He continued his alchemical studies, not in pursuit of mythical artifacts, but in the service of humanity. His work contributed to advancements in medicine, agriculture, and technology, improving the lives of countless people. Elara and other colleagues celebrated Alaric's wisdom and courage, acknowledging the sacrifice he had made for the greater good. Though he had not obtained the Philosopher's Stone, Alaric found fulfillment in knowing that he had prevented potential disaster and contributed to a brighter future. Chapter 7: Her Legacy of Wisdom. Years passed, and Alaric's reputation as a wise and principled alchemist grew. He mentored young scholars and alchemists, teaching them not only the intricacies of their craft, but also the importance of ethical considerations in their pursuits. The story of Alaric's journey became a legend among the alchemical community, a tale of ambition tempered by wisdom and the moral courage to choose the greater good over personal gain. His legacy was one of enlightenment and responsibility, a reminder that true mastery lies not only in the pursuit of knowledge but in the choices that shape its application. In his later years, Alaric retired to a peaceful cottage on the outskirts of Eldoria, where he lived out his days in contemplation and study. The abyssal prism was secured in a hidden chamber, its power contained and its secrets safeguarded. As he looked back on his life, Alaric found solace in knowing that he had faced the ultimate dilemma with integrity and resolve. The Philosopher's Stone remained a symbol of the boundless potential of alchemy, but Alaric's journey had shown that the pursuit of such power must always be tempered with wisdom and a commitment to the greater good. The Hidden Fortress. Chapter 1: The Refuge of Shadows. Deep within the misty highlands of Vesperia, concealed by dense forest and rugged terrain, stood a fortress that time had nearly forgotten. Once a formidable stronghold of an ancient kingdom, it had become a relic of a bygone era, its walls overgrown with ivy and its towers weathered by the passage of centuries. This fortress, known to only a few as the Hidden Fortress, had recently become the refuge of a group of rebels who had fled from the clutches of the tyrannical ruler, Lord Draven. Driven by a desire to liberate their land from his oppressive rule, the rebels had taken shelter within its crumbling walls, hoping to find solace and perhaps a means to turn the tide of war. The leader of the rebels, a young woman named Arya, stood at the edge of the fortress's main courtyard, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Her once vibrant cloak was now tattered, a testament to the hardships she and her comrades had endured. Yet, beneath her exhaustion lay a fierce determination. Arya turned as her second-in-command, Garrick, approached with a concerned expression. "We've been here for weeks, Arya, and our supplies are dwindling. We need a plan. We need something to give us an edge." Arya nodded, her eyes narrowing in thought. "I know, Garrick, but we must remain patient. There must be something here that can help us." As if on cue, the fortress itself seemed to whisper secrets through its ancient stones. Rumors among the rebels spoke of hidden chambers and forgotten relics buried within its depths, remnants of a time when the fortress was at the heart of a mighty kingdom. Chapter 2. The Hidden Chamber. One evening, as the rebels gathered around a fire to discuss their next move, a young scout named Lyra stumbled upon an old, dust-covered door in a forgotten part of the fortress. The door, half buried beneath debris and partially obscured by shadows, had remained unnoticed for years. Curiosity piqued, Lyra reported her find to Arya and the rest of the group. With a mixture of excitement and skepticism, Arya led a team to investigate. The rebels cleared away the debris and carefully opened the door, revealing a dark, winding staircase that descended into the bowels of the fortress. Torchlight flickered as they descended, the air growing colder and more oppressive with each step. The staircase opened into a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with ancient tapestries and strange symbols. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a large, intricately carved chest. Arya and her team approached the chest with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The carvings on the chest depicted scenes of battles and mythical creatures, hinting at the power and history contained within. With a deep breath, Arya opened the chest, revealing an array of ancient relics, including a set of ornate weapons, a scroll, and a peculiar amulet. Garrick picked up the amulet, studying it closely. "This is unlike anything we've seen before. It feels powerful." Arya took the scroll and unrolled it, revealing a map and cryptic writing. The map depicted the fortress and its surroundings, with several locations marked in red ink. The writing, though faded, seemed to describe the relics and their significance. Chapter 3. The Secrets Unveiled. The discovery of the relics ignited a new sense of hope among the rebels. Arya and her team spent days deciphering the scroll and studying the relics, seeking to unlock their secrets. They quickly realized that the relics were not mere artifacts but powerful tools designed to aid in a grand quest. The map pointed to several locations within the fortress, each corresponding to a specific relic. The scroll detailed how these relics could be combined to create a powerful weapon capable of defeating even the most formidable foe. As they worked, Arya and her comrades uncovered details about the fortress's dark history. It was said that the fortress had once been the seat of a powerful kingdom, overthrown by a ruthless conqueror who had hidden its treasures and sealed its secrets to prevent anyone from challenging his rule. The relics included a sword of immense power, a shield that could repel any attack, and a crown that granted the wearer command over armies. Each relic was imbued with magic and had been hidden in various locations throughout the fortress. One by one, Arya and her team set out to retrieve the relics, each quest fraught with its own dangers and challenges. They navigated treacherous traps, solved ancient puzzles, and faced spectral guardians that had been set to protect the relics from intruders. Chapter 4: The Tyrant's Fortress. As the rebels gathered the relics, news of their progress reached Lord Draven, who grew increasingly alarmed by the reports of their activities. Determined to crush the rebellion once and for all, he began preparations to launch a final assault on the hidden fortress. The day of reckoning arrived. Lord Draven's army, a formidable force equipped with the latest weaponry and led by his most trusted commanders, advanced towards the fortress. The rebels, though emboldened by their newfound power, knew that they faced a dire battle. Arya and her comrades prepared for the onslaught, donning the relics and readying themselves for the fight of their lives. The sword, shield, and crown were worn with a sense of reverence and responsibility. The relics, once mere artifacts of legend, had become symbols of their struggle and hope. As Draven's forces encircled the fortress, a fierce battle erupted. The rebels fought valiantly, using the relics to their advantage. The sword cleaved through enemy ranks, the shield deflected devastating blows, and the crown's magic bolstered their morale and coordination. Despite their bravery, the rebels found themselves pushed to their limits. Lord Draven, clad in dark armor and wielding a cruel, enchanted blade, cut through their defenses with ruthless efficiency. His presence on the battlefield seemed to sap their strength and hope. Chapter 5: The Final Confrontation. As the battle raged on, Arya faced Lord Draven in a climactic confrontation. The two leaders clashed in a duel that seemed to shake the very foundations of the fortress. Draven's blade met Arya's sword with a resounding clash, each strike sending sparks into the night. "You think you can defeat me with mere relics?" Draven sneered, his voice carrying an air of disdain. Arya's eyes burned with determination. "These relics are not just tools of power. They represent the will of the people and the fight for freedom. Your tyranny ends here." The battle between Arya and Draven was fierce and unrelenting. Arya's skill and the power of the relics matched Draven's brutality and dark magic. The tide of the battle turned as Arya drew upon the full potential of the relics, channeling their combined power into a single, decisive strike. In a final, desperate move, Arya unleashed a powerful attack that shattered Draven's defenses and sent him sprawling to the ground. The Dark Ruler's enchanted blade fell from his grasp, and his army, seeing their leader defeated, began to falter. Chapter 6: The Dawn of Liberation. With Lord Draven defeated, the remaining forces of his army surrendered, and the people of Vesperia began to rise up against their oppressors. The hidden fortress, once a symbol of despair, became a beacon of hope and a testament to the power of unity and perseverance. Arya and her comrades emerged as heroes, their victory celebrated throughout the land. The relics, now returned to their rightful places within the fortress, were honored as symbols of the rebellion's struggle and triumph. In the aftermath of the battle, Arya and the rebels worked to rebuild their land and establish a new era of peace and prosperity. The hidden fortress, now a place of refuge and strength, stood as a reminder of the sacrifices made and the power of the human spirit. Arya reflected on their journey with a sense of fulfillment and gratitude. The relics had been more than just ancient artifacts, they had been instruments of change and catalysts for a brighter future. The story of the hidden fortress and its secrets would be remembered for generations to come, a legacy of courage and resilience in the face of darkness. As Vesperia began to heal and thrive under its newfound freedom, the rebels turned heroes took their place as leaders, guiding their land towards a hopeful future. The hidden fortress remained a symbol of their victory, a testament to the enduring power of hope and the unbreakable spirit of those who dared to dream of a better world. The Bard's Prophecy. Chapter 1: The Enchanted Melody. In the bustling city of Meloria, where the scent of blooming flowers mingled with the hum of activity, a bard named Leora wove her magic through song. Known far and wide for her enchanting melodies and prophetic gifts, Leora's performances were not mere entertainment but glimpses into the future. Her voice had the power to foretell events, a rare and precious talent that drew admirers from every corner of the realm. On a crisp autumn evening, Leora performed in the grand amphitheatre of Meloria, her voice weaving through the air like a shimmering thread of gold. The crowd, enraptured by her performance, was oblivious to the shadow looming over their city. In the darkened corners of the amphitheatre, a figure cloaked in shadows observed intently. This was Warlord Corin, a ruthless leader known for his ambition and desire for control. As Leora's song reached its crescendo, Corin's eyes narrowed with focus. Her melodies spoke of a future fraught with strife and darkness, but they also hinted at the means to change it. To Corin, such power was too great to be left unchecked. As the final notes faded, he signaled his men to prepare for action. That night, as Leora returned to her modest home, she was met by Corin's soldiers. They stormed into her sanctuary with grim efficiency, binding her with enchanted chains that nullified her magic. Panic surged through Leora as they dragged her from her home. She had no time to react, no chance to use her gifts to foresee her fate. Chapter 2: The Warlord's Plan. Leora awoke in a dark, cold cell deep within Corin's fortress, a sprawling stronghold located on a rocky promontory overlooking a storm-lashed sea. The cell was stark and unwelcoming, with only a narrow window offering a glimpse of the turbulent waters below. Warlord Coran visited her soon after her imprisonment. His presence was imposing, his gaze sharp and calculating. Leora the Bard, he began, his voice carrying an air of dark authority. Your gift is a treasure I cannot afford to ignore. I intend to harness your powers to bend the future to my will. Leora glared at him defiantly, though her heart pounded with fear. You think you can control destiny through me? The future is not so easily manipulated. Coran's lips curled into a cold smile. That remains to be seen. You will sing for me, and I will use your prophecies to cement my rule. Resist, and I shall ensure your end is as bleak as the future you fear. With that, Coran left her to her thoughts. Leora's mind raced, desperately searching for a way out of her predicament. She knew her only hope lay in escaping and altering the course of events that Coran sought to exploit. Chapter 3. The Prophecies Unfold. As days turned into weeks, Leora was forced to sing for Coran, each performance revealing snippets of a future she could see but had no power to change. Her prophecies, once a tool of hope, became a weapon in Coran's hands. One evening, Leora sang a haunting melody that foretold a great battle between Coran's forces and a coalition of resistance fighters. The warlord's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he listened, already planning his strategy based on her song. Your gift is indeed formidable, Coran said, his voice filled with grim satisfaction. This battle will secure my dominance, and when it is won, I will ensure you remain my prisoner, a mere instrument of my will. Leora's heart sank as she realized the full extent of Coran's plans. His ambition knew no bounds, and her prophecies were fueling his path to tyranny. Despair threatened to overwhelm her, but a flicker of resolve remained. She had to find a way to escape and thwart Coran's schemes. Chapter 4. The Hidden Escape. In the depths of her confinement, Leora began to plot her escape. She carefully observed the routines of her captors and the layout of the fortress, looking for any vulnerabilities she could exploit. During her performances, she subtly incorporated coded messages into her songs, hoping to communicate with potential allies or stir up dissent among Coran's soldiers. Her opportunity came when a minor skirmish broke out between rival factions within the fortress. The chaos created a temporary distraction that Leora seized upon. Using her knowledge of the fortress's layout, she managed to slip through the corridors and evade capture, making her way to a hidden passage she had discovered in her explorations. The passage led to a secret exit hidden behind a waterfall, a feature she had uncovered through old maps and her observations. As she emerged into the night air, Leora was struck by the enormity of her task. She had escaped, but she needed to find a way to prevent Corin from using her prophecies to bring about the destruction she had foreseen. Chapter 5: The Resistance. Leora made her way to the nearest village, seeking refuge among the resistance fighters who had been battling Corin's forces. The village was a modest settlement, its people weary but determined. Among them was a leader named Rowan, who had heard rumors of Leora's capture and escape. Rowan welcomed Leora with cautious optimism. "We've heard whispers of your plight and your escape. But you must know Corin's grip on the land is strong. We need more than just a bard's prophecy to turn the tide." Leora nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "I can't change the future alone, but with your help, we can alter the course of events. Corin's plans are based on my prophecies, and if we act quickly, we can undermine his strategy and rally the people to our cause." With Rowan's guidance, Leora and the resistance began to devise a plan. They would need to disrupt Corin's operations, expose his tyranny, and unite the disparate factions opposing him. The resistance fighters worked tirelessly, coordinating attacks and spreading word of the warlord's cruelty. Leora used her remaining prophetic abilities to aid their efforts, offering glimpses into Corin's plans and movements. Her songs, now infused with hope and determination, inspired the people and gave them strength to resist. Chapter 6: The Final Confrontation. As the resistance's efforts began to bear fruit, Corin grew increasingly frustrated. The disruptions to his plans and the rising opposition forced him to act decisively. He prepared for a final, decisive battle to crush the rebellion once and for all. Leora and the resistance knew that this battle would determine the fate of the realm. They gathered their forces and prepared for the confrontation. The battlefield was set on a vast plain, with the fortress looming in the distance, a symbol of Corin's power and tyranny. In the midst of the battle, Leora took her place alongside the resistance, her heart pounding with both fear and hope. The clash between Corin's forces and the resistance was fierce, the air filled with the sounds of battle and the cries of the fallen. Leora sang a powerful melody that resonated across the battlefield, her voice carrying a message of courage and unity. Her song galvanized the resistance fighters, bolstering their resolve and pushing them to fight with renewed vigor. Corin, observing the tide of battle turning against him, confronted Leora once more. "You think your songs can change the outcome? You are merely a pawn in this struggle." Leora faced him with defiance. "It is not my songs alone that will determine the outcome, but the strength and will of those who fight for a just cause." In a climactic duel, Leora and Corin clashed amidst the chaos of battle. Corin's dark magic met Leora's song, creating a maelstrom of light and shadow. Despite his formidable power, Corin was unable to withstand the combined force of the resistance and the bard's prophetic magic. Chapter 7: The Dawn of Freedom. With Corin defeated, the remnants of his army surrendered, and the people of the realm began to rebuild their shattered land. the fortress, once a symbol of oppression, was reclaimed and transformed into a beacon of hope and unity. Leora's role in the rebellion became legendary. Her escape and the subsequent efforts to undermine Corin's plans had turned the tide of the conflict. The people hailed her as a hero, and her songs became a source of inspiration and celebration. In the aftermath of the battle, Leora continued to use her gift for the greater good. She traveled across the land, spreading messages of hope and healing, and helping to rebuild communities torn apart by conflict. Her prophetic abilities, once a tool of tyranny, became a force for positive change and guidance. As the land flourished under the newfound freedom, Leora found fulfillment in knowing that her songs had helped shape a brighter future. The legacy of the bard's prophecy was one of resilience and courage, a testament to the power of hope and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream of a better world. Leora's story became a cherished legend, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the strength of the human spirit and the power of unity could overcome the greatest of challenges. The bard's prophecy, once a harbinger of doom, had become a symbol of triumph and the enduring hope for a brighter tomorrow. The Siege of Shadows. Chapter 1: The beginning of the siege. The small medieval castle of Ravenshold, perched atop a rugged hill, had always been a symbol of resilience and strength. Its stone walls, thick and weathered, had withstood many trials over the centuries, yet none had been as relentless or as devastating as the siege it now faced. For weeks the castle's defenders had been locked in a desperate struggle against the forces of Lord Malric, a ruthless warlord determined to claim Ravenshold for himself. The invaders, equipped with siege weapons and supported by a formidable army, had surrounded the castle, cutting off all supplies and leaving the defenders isolated. Inside the castle the atmosphere was tense. Sir Alistair, the commander of Ravenshold, paced the battlements, his face etched with concern. His once proud banner now fluttered weakly in the wind, a symbol of their dwindling hope. Lady Alara, the castle steward, approached Sir Alistair with a grim expression. "Our supplies are nearly exhausted, Sir Alistair. We can't hold out much longer without reinforcements." Sir Alistair nodded, his mind racing with strategies and contingencies. "We must find a way to break the siege or turn the tide in our favor. There must be something within these walls that we can use." As night fell over the besieged castle, the sound of distant drums and the occasional clash of steel served as a constant reminder of their dire situation. The defenders, a mixture of soldiers and townsfolk, gathered in the great hall to discuss their dwindling options. Chapter 2: The Discovery. During a routine inspection of the castle's lower levels, Sir Alistair and a small group of soldiers stumbled upon an ancient wooden door hidden behind a curtain of cobwebs. The door was weathered and obscured by layers of dust, as though it had been forgotten for centuries. Curiosity piqued, Sir Alistair ordered the door to be opened. With a creak and a groan, the door revealed a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. The air was cool and musty, carrying the scent of long-forgotten secrets. "Be cautious," Sir Alistair instructed his men as they descended the staircase. "We don't know what lies ahead." The group emerged into a dimly lit corridor, its walls lined with ancient carvings and faded murals. The corridor led to a series of interconnected tunnels, their purpose and design lost to time. As they explored further, they found a network of rooms, storage chambers, and passages that had once been used for purposes unknown. In one of the chambers they discovered a collection of dusty old maps and documents. Among them was a detailed blueprint of the castle, revealing hidden passages and ancient traps that had been set to defend against invaders. The realization dawned on them the castle had been fortified with mechanisms and defenses that had been forgotten over the years. Sir Alistair and his men studied the maps carefully, their spirits lifted by the discovery. The ancient defenses might provide them with a critical advantage in repelling the siege. Chapter 3: The Hidden Defenses. With renewed hope, Sir Alistair and the defenders set about reactivating the hidden defenses described in the maps. They carefully examined the mechanisms, some of which had fallen into disrepair over the years. It was clear that they would need to make repairs and adjustments to ensure the traps functioned as intended. The most critical of these defenses were the hidden crossbows and arrow slits embedded in the walls. When properly activated, these weapons could be used to target the enemy forces from concealed positions, making it difficult for the attackers to retaliate effectively. In addition to the crossbows, the defenders discovered a series of pressure plates and trapdoors that could be used to thwart the enemy's siege equipment. The pressure plates, when triggered, would release heavy stones or boiling oil onto the attackers below. The most impressive of the ancient defenses was a series of hidden tunnels that led from the castle to various points around the base of the hill. These tunnels had been designed to allow defenders to move unseen and launch surprise attacks. Sir Alistair saw the potential for these tunnels to be used to strike at the enemy's supply lines and communication channels. As the defenders worked tirelessly to repair and prepare these hidden defenses, Lady Alara coordinated the logistics, ensuring that every resource was utilized efficiently. The atmosphere within the castle shifted from despair to determination as they embraced their newfound advantage. Chapter 4: The Counterattack. As the enemy's siege continued, Lord Malric grew increasingly impatient. The prolonged siege had begun to take a toll on his forces, and he was eager to break through the castle's defenses and claim victory. His engineers worked day and night to breach the walls, while his troops maintained a relentless assault. Unbeknownst to Lord Malric, the defenders of Ravenshold had been preparing a counterattack. Under the cover of darkness, they began to use the hidden tunnels to launch surprise raids on the enemy's camp. These attacks disrupted the siege operations and targeted key supply lines, causing confusion and disarray among the invaders. The hidden crossbows and traps within the castle were reactivated, catching the enemy forces off guard. The defenders used the element of surprise to their advantage, inflicting significant casualties and damaging the siege equipment. The pressure plates and trapdoors proved effective, sending stones and boiling oil crashing down upon the attackers. As the counterattacks intensified, Lord Malric's frustration grew. His once confident demeanor began to waver as his forces struggled to adapt to the unexpected challenges. The defenders' use of ancient defenses turned the tide of the battle, forcing the invaders to reconsider their approach. Chapter 5: The Turning Point. The siege had reached a critical juncture. Lord Malric, determined to break the stalemate, ordered a full-scale assault on the castle walls. His forces, reinforced and reinvigorated, launched a concerted effort to breach the defences. The defenders, though exhausted, were resolute. They made full use of the castle's hidden defences, launching a fierce resistance. The crossbows fired with deadly accuracy, while the traps were set with precision. The tunnels allowed them to move swiftly and strike from unexpected angles. The battle raged on, the clamour of combat filling the air. The defenders fought valiantly, their determination fueled by the hope of survival. Sir Alistair led his men with unwavering resolve, while Lady Alara coordinated the defence and ensured that every advantage was exploited. As the assault continued, the defenders managed to push back the invaders, repelling their attacks and inflicting heavy losses. The once formidable siege began to falter, and the enemy's morale began to wane. In a final, desperate move, Lord Malric attempted to breach the castle gates with a battering ram. The defenders, aware of the enemy's plan, prepared their most potent traps. As the battering ram struck the gates, the defenders unleashed a devastating countermeasure, causing the ram to collapse and the enemy forces to retreat. Chapter 6: The Aftermath. With the siege broken and the enemy forces in retreat, the defenders of Ravenshold emerged victorious. The castle, though scarred by the battle, had withstood the assault and preserved its legacy of resilience. Lord Malric, seeing the futility of his efforts, withdrew his forces, leaving the besieged castle behind. The survivors celebrated their hard-fought victory, their spirits lifted by the triumph and the end of the siege. The hidden defences, once thought to be mere relics of the past, had proven to be a decisive factor in the defence of Ravenshold. The ancient traps and tunnels had played a crucial role in repelling the invaders and ensuring the castle's survival. As the castle returned to a state of normalcy, Sir Alistair and Lady Alara took stock of the damage and began the process of rebuilding. The defenders, though weary, took pride in their accomplishment and the preservation of their home. The story of the Siege of Shadows became a legend, a testament to the power of perseverance and the value of forgotten knowledge. Ravenshold, once again a symbol of strength and resilience, stood as a beacon of hope in a world where even the darkest of shadows could be overcome by the light of courage and determination. The mysterious healer. Chapter 1: The Plague. In the heart of the ancient kingdom of Eldoria, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, lay the small village of Bramblewood. It was a quiet place, known for its tranquil beauty and the close-knit community that called it home. But now, a shadow had fallen over Bramblewood, a devastating plague that had claimed many lives and left the village in despair. The disease had begun as a simple fever, but soon escalated into a horrendous affliction, marked by pustules and a relentless, agonizing cough. The village healer, an elderly woman named Esme, had tried her best to treat the sick with her limited knowledge and herbal remedies, but the plague showed no sign of abating. The villagers' hope dwindled as the disease continued to ravage their homes. One stormy evening, as the wind howled through the trees and rain battered the rooftops, a mysterious figure appeared at the edge of the village. Clad in a dark, hooded cloak, the newcomer moved with an air of purpose and calm. They carried a satchel of herbs and strange, shimmering vials that caught the light with an otherworldly glimmer. The villagers, wary of strangers in such desperate times, watched the figure with suspicion. The mysterious healer made their way to the center of the village, where the worst of the plague suffering could be found. Despite their trepidation, the villagers knew they had little choice but to seek help wherever it might come from. Chapter 2: The Arrival. The healer, whose name was Phelan, approached the makeshift infirmary where Esme was treating the sick. Esme looked up, her face lined with exhaustion and worry. "Who are you?" she demanded, though there was a hint of hope in her weary voice. "I am Phelan the healer," replied softly, pulling back their hood to reveal a face marked by both kindness and determination. "I have come to offer my assistance. I understand you are in dire need." Esme's eyes narrowed, but she stepped aside to allow Phelan into the infirmary. "If you can truly help, you are welcome. We have lost so many already." Phelan immediately set to work. With practiced precision, they prepared a series of potions and salves from their satchel, using herbs and ingredients that seemed unfamiliar to the villagers. As Phelan worked, the room filled with the soothing aroma of healing herbs, a contrast to the stench of illness that had pervaded the air. The villagers watched in hushed amazement as Phelan administered their remedies. Within days, signs of improvement began to emerge. The afflicted, who had been on the brink of death, showed subtle but noticeable signs of recovery. The fever subsided, and the painful pustules began to heal. As word of Phelan's success spread, the villagers' skepticism began to wane, replaced by a growing sense of gratitude and trust. Phelan's presence brought a glimmer of hope in a time when it was desperately needed. Chapter 3: a mysterious past. While Phelan worked tirelessly to tend to the sick and heal the wounded, their past remained a closely guarded secret. The villagers knew little about Phelan's origins or how they had acquired their remarkable skills. The healer spoke little of their past, focusing solely on their mission to save the village. One night, as Phelan sat by the fire, their thoughts turned inward. Memories of their past haunted them, visions of a dark force that had pursued them for years. They had fled from a malevolent entity that sought to control or destroy them. The entity, known only as the Shadow King, had been a powerful and vengeful force that had driven Phelan from their homeland. The plague that had stricken Bramblewood had been no ordinary disease. It was a manifestation of the Shadow King's dark magic, a means of sowing chaos and destruction. Phelan had followed the trail of darkness to the village, hoping to stop the plague and, in doing so, confront the dark force that had shadowed their every step. As Phelan prepared for another night of healing, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall man cloaked in black, with eyes that seemed to pierce through the night. It was a messenger of the Shadow King, sent to ensure that Phelan's efforts would not go unchallenged. Chapter 4. The Shadow's Reach. The presence of the Shadow King's messenger did not go unnoticed. Phelan's senses, honed by years of evading danger, detected the intruder's approach. The messenger, cloaked in dark magic, attempted to sabotage Phelan's efforts by spreading a new wave of illness among the villagers. The villagers, still recovering from the initial outbreak, fell ill once more. This time the symptoms were more severe, and the villagers' faith in Phelan began to waver. Esme, who had grown to respect Phelan, confronted the healer. "What is happening? Why are our people suffering again?" Phelan's expression was grim. "This is no ordinary plague. The Shadow King's influence has returned, seeking to undo the healing we've achieved. I must confront this dark force to end the suffering." With Esme's support, Phelan and a small group of trusted villagers set out to track down the source of the new outbreak. They followed the trail of dark magic to a hidden grove on the outskirts of the village. The grove was shrouded in an unnatural darkness, and the air was thick with malevolent energy. The group discovered a ritual site, marked by arcane symbols and dark artifacts. Phelan recognized the ritual as one intended to amplify the plague's effects and strengthen the Shadow King's influence. They knew they had to disrupt the ritual to stop the spread of the disease.